Michael Brown at Michael Brown USA. And stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. Tom Martino is next on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Done right, did right by me. We've heard those words before. Hi, Dan Cicchini. For kitchens done right, our forte is custom kitchens. But also, ever since we started back in '85, kitchen cabinet refacing and custom countertops. With our unique refacing process, you'll get a brand new looking kitchen without the mess, hassle, time, and expense of total kitchen replacement. How's it done, Todd?
Folks, we'll install custom hand-rubbed cabinet doors and drawer fronts and resurface your existing cabinet boxes with a 1/4-inch thick overlay to match, not veneer. We offer additional cabinets, cabinet changes, sliding shelves, and new drawers. Countertops in quartz, granite, solid surface, or the stunning new laminate. Dad, the folks should call now. Why?
Well, Todd, great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% with 72 equal monthly payments with approved credit. Call for details. Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors. Finished basements and windows and doors. Done right. You have our word. We'll treat you right at Done Right. DRHI.com, 303-722-2295 or 800-362-8370.
Man, I am happy to tell you about the only realtor that made the cut for Team Dave Logan, and that is Troy Hansford. I recommend Troy because he's the only agent that will guarantee to sell your home at your price, or he'll write you a check for $5,000. And the good news, he puts that in writing. He can make that guarantee because he spends tens of thousands of dollars generating demand. And right now, he has hundreds of approved home buyers ready to buy. He just doesn't have enough houses. So if you have a house, Troy might have that perfect buyer for you right now. Give him a call, 720-900-4433. Let me give you a story. Just last week, Troy listed a house that was on the market for almost a month. You know what? Troy sold it for full price in less than a week. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy will buy your house for all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. Call Troy and get your home sold for the most money. 720-900-4433. Again, that's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford with RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions apply.
Get the best deal anywhere on countertops from theartofgranite.com. Any natural stone or man-made material, they do it all. Plus, you get a free backsplash, free sinks, a free cutting board, and a free bathroom vanity. Free tear-out and haul-away is always included, and always materials at cost. Even better now, 10% off labor for a limited time. Get prices on the phone, 303-386-5919, 386-5919, theartofgranite.com.
Spring in Colorado, and if you're a business owner that hates to paint, do what business owner Steve did. He called Rhino Shield.
The building itself is made out of concrete block. We've had it painted once before, and I heard the ads for Rhino Shield, and that piqued my interest.
Rhino Shield's ceramic technology is specifically formulated for our unique climate right here in Colorado, and it's Class 1 fire rated.
So the Rhino Shield crew that came out was really good. Next to our building, we have some automotive repair shop. There was no paint, no overspray anywhere that I could see, even on the concrete.
Business or residential, get the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield right now for 15% off the regular price.
I don't think of paint as an investment, but when you don't have to worry about painting your building for 25 years, to me is a no-brainer.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 844-317-4466. That's 844-31-RHINO or rhinoshieldco.com.
Go Rhino Shield! When you get hit by hail in Colorado, and you will, you better have a roofer on speed dial. I do, and it's Golden Spike Roofing. With over 70 years of combined roofing experience, they've not only seen everything, they've fixed everything. And they're honest, licensed, and insured. So if you get hit with hail, high winds, or know you've got an older roof, call for a free inspection from Golden Spike Roofing. Just call 303-942-1386. That's 303-942-1386, or find them online. GoldenSpikeRoofing.com.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Starting off with sunshine, we're going to see temperatures today reaching into the low 70s before a cold front moves in. It's going to be a windy day. And then by this afternoon and this evening, a chance for storms and then snow. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burst.
Some people just know you could save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Those people are probably saving a carload of cash right now. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeart Radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. A day after Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell said that tariffs would lead to inflation, President Trump said on social media Powell's, quote, termination cannot come soon enough. ABC political director Avery Harper said that's a major hit to the Fed's independence.
Calling for his firing is really in conflict with that because the Federal Reserve is supposed to have the power and the freedom to set interest rates as it sees fit.
President Trump meeting today with Italy's prime minister to discuss trade. Google operated an illegal monopoly in the world of online advertising technology. That's the ruling from a federal judge in Virginia after the Justice Department sued Google, saying it should have to sell off its ad manager. Google has not commented. And a federal judge said late Wednesday there's probable cause the Trump administration acted in contempt of court when it defied his instruction to return 2 migrant deportation flights to the U.S. This is ABC News. Supporters call a Texas vote a positive step towards parental choice. Detractors say it's an assault on public education, but it is a step closer to taxpayer funding for private schools.
Mr. Speaker, 11 hours of debate punctuated by shouting and a broken speaker's gavel.
My answer!
Ended at about 2 a.m. when the Texas House voted 85-63 to create a system of taxpayer-funded vouchers that parents can use to either homeschool their kids or send them to private schools. The plan's backers insist that would push underperforming public schools to up their game. Opponents say it strips funding from public education. Jim Ryan, ABC News, Dallas.
Football coach turned TV legend Lee Corso is going to put on the headgear one more time. The 89-year-old says he'll retire from ESPN's College Game Day after the Week 1 broadcast. Corso's made his picks for games by donning team headgear since 1996. I'm Brian Clark, ABC News.
Hey, sis. Missed you this morning. Kim told me you weren't feeling well, so I'm just doing a self-care check.
Oh, thank you, friend.
How you doing?
Girl, listen, my energy was so low because I didn't eat breakfast when I got up, so I had to miss virtual yoga with y'all.
Trust me, I understand.
But I'm doing much better now that I've eaten, so I'm back on track.
Great. In that case, let's get some steps in tonight. I'll come over and we can walk around the lake.
Sounds good. Appreciate you being in my business, too. Now, let me get in yours. Did you check your blood pressure today?
I did that and my squats. Okay?
Okay.
High blood pressure is not going to be my friend if I can help it. See you at 6?
Let's get it. See you then.
Now more than ever, it's important that we protect our hearts and the hearts of those we love. Check in on one another and be a part of a healthy blood pressure movement. Rally your squad to take the online pledge at releasethepressure.org. Brought to you by the Release the Pressure Coalition and the Ad Council.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
Colorado Republicans are asking Attorney General Pam Bondi to review the state's latest gun law that was just signed into law by Governor Polis. The law requires gun buyers to have a permit and safety training before being allowed to purchase semi-automatic weapons.
The Second Amendment is a right, and to put a paywall in front of that right is egregious, and it's wrong. And it's creating classes, an undefensible group who is held back by financial barriers.
Republicans are asking Bondi to review the constitutionality of the new law. A guilty verdict for the man who killed his college roommate and woman at the University of Colorado, Colorado Springs. Nicholas Jordan claimed self-defense. Police Chief Adrian Vasquez.
When you commit an act of violence like this in the 4th Judicial District, we will collectively do everything in our power to pursue you and bring you to justice. And this is a great example of that.
After the verdict, the judge immediately sentenced Jordan to life in prison. In sports, Rockies lost again 8-7 to the Dodgers last night in L.A. That's the latest. I'm Pat Woodard.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Music Saved Me podcast.
Yeah, not too bad on the drive right now. A little construction out to the east on I-70. Eastbound lanes, this is going to be just approaching E-470 near Colfax. There are backups with delays. 225 in from Parker, still a little sluggish, as well as the drive out of the Tech Center. It's Orchard up to Yale. Opens up into downtown. You got I-25 south coming into downtown. A little sluggish along with I-70 west from Colorado to Brighton. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
I'm Lynn Hoffman, and lucky me, I get to host the Music Saved Me podcast, the podcast that explores the healing and transformative power of music. You can listen to the Music Saved Me podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The Tree Farm's early spring tree and shrub sale is going on now. See what's on sale at thetreefarm.com. 6-foot-tall fruit trees now only $139.99, including apple, cherry, pear, and plum. Ready-to-bloom lilac shrubs now only $67.46 each. Choose from purple, pink, and white. Our nursery stock is right for the Rockies. The Tree Farm's early spring tree and shrub sale. Come see.
You take I-25 to exit 235, then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm.
If you're looking for quality service, products, and plum crazy deals, think Plumline Services and Carrier. Whether staying warm this winter, clearing drains, or other plumbing and electrical issues, depend on Plumline's leadership and excellence in home services, together with quality brands like Carrier. Serving Castle Rock to Fort Collins, Plumline and Carrier. Turn to the experts. Service at home, servants at heart, 25 years strong, PlumlineServices.com. Auto accident? Find out what your case is worth. Call Fuller.com.
Are you ready to hear something that will not only make you feel better, but will actively excite you?
Yes!
This is Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website, cash. That's cash. Enter it now at KHOW.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Yeah. Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
I'm Tom Martino, and I welcome you to the show. The number is 303-MARTINO, 24/7. You can call that, 303-627-8466. That means if you have a problem, question, or complaint, and you just think about it, call 303-MARTINO, leave a message, and we'll get back to you. While we're on the air, you can also call the iHeart line at 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. You know, today there is going to be a bit of a change of weather, but I like talking about summer because summer means fun. And I want to go over some fun stuff. I looked into some hobbies and cost per dollar value and how expensive hobbies are and some inexpensive hobbies. And I'd love to talk about what you do. And if you found a gem where the cost justifies the fun, or the fun justifies the cost, I should say, I'd like to know about it. We're also going to talk a little bit about, so it would be hobbies and sports or anything you do in your spare time, basically. And I also have a list. There was actually a survey done on hobbies, and people were surveyed about their happiness level, how much they invest, and they came up with a chart of hobbies that have the biggest bang for the buck. Anyway, let's go to the phones. 303-713-TALK. Danny, he called in before, and he talked with Mark. Mark, do you recall this one? Is Mark on?
I need a little more info.
Okay, and you're a little low for me. I don't know if everyone can hear you all right. Danny called in, talked to Mark. John Fuller was the expert. Danny, let me look for your notes. Meanwhile, I would like you to tell us the original problem and where it stands today.
I was in a car wreck. It was deemed my fault, and I only had $25,000 limit liability.
Oh,
the other party has got an attorney, and they're threatening to sue me. And so
okay.
I wanted an attorney too.
Okay, now
consultation and
wait. Let me get this straight. The other party is threatening to sue you for pain and suffering.
I have no idea what they're threatening to suffer me. It's being communicated to me through my State Farm adjuster, and that's all the information I have.
You do understand. You do understand that your insurance will step in
You're insured, right?
I'm insured, but the $25,000, they're saying that the $25,000, they're saying they got medical bills that's going to surpass the $25,000. And I know that my insurance company will provide me an attorney to fight it if I have to. I've been told by this adjuster that the quality of this attorney is not much. I've been told by other people that including John Fuller, that the quality of their attorneys aren't much.
Of whose attorneys?
They've given me an
Of whose attorneys, Danny?
To fill out. Pardon?
The quality of whose attorneys?
Say? If State Farm would furnish me an attorney, they say the quality of their is not much.
Okay, Danny, let me explain a few things to you, okay? The only time people refuse the insurance limit and go outside of the limit is when they believe that you are worth more. That's why I always tell people to insure themselves for what they're worth, because I'm going to give you an example. If I had a $25,000 policy and I hit somebody and hurt them, they would never take it because they would assume that I had more than that. Do you have, how much are you worth, Danny? I'm just going to ask you straight up.
I've got assets. I'm 81 and I'm retired, and I got a lifetime of assets.
Okay, but Danny, they're going to find out. Just tell me, what do you have?
Pardon?
What do you have?
What do you mean? What do I have? I have a house.
In assets. Do you have? Is your house paid off?
Over $1 million.
Over $1 million.
Yes.
Danny, why were you only insuring for $25,000 when you have $1 million in assets?
Because I was really stupid. It didn't
Danny,
even dawn on me.
Okay.
Well,
I want to know this. Tell me about the accident.
I got stuck. I don't believe it, but anyway, I ran a red light and was hit by an oncoming car. And
you don't believe you ran a red light?
That was it. No, I don't. That's debatable, but I got the ticket. I went to court, and they knocked it down to defective vehicle. So I have not pleaded guilty to running the red light. I pleaded guilty to defective vehicle. But that's probably neither here nor there.
Yeah, they're going to prove that you ran the red light with traffic cams.
Yeah, I can't beat that one. But I've got this affidavit they want me to fill out, and I haven't filled it out, and that's what I want to talk to an attorney about.
Danny, we'll talk to you, but I'm gonna give you some really bad news. Really, really bad news. If you ran a red light and caused injury, and they smell blood in the water, they're going to sue you for everything you're worth. Do you know one accident? Tell me tell me about the injuries. How many other people in the other party? How many?
There was just one other person.
Okay.
We're going about 30 miles an hour.
I get it. But tell me about the other person's. Tell me about the other person's injuries.
I don't know.
Now, Danny,
all I know, black and white, is what my State Farm insurance adjuster is telling me. And basically, initially, he said that she had racked up $16,000 in medical bills, and then he says she's got $22,000 in medical bills. I don't know anything. I've got no information whatsoever. My insurance adjuster is supposed to be handling like a middleman, and to me it was like he was on their side.
Well, let me tell you why, okay? Because they don't care beyond $25,000. They don't care if you're sued for your personal assets. You're the one that was underinsured. They don't care. All they know is they risk $25,000. They're going to offer them $25,000. Those people are going to take that 25 and they're going to go after you, or they're going to refuse the 25 and go after you. But if you're 81 years old and you have more than $1 million in assets, the attorneys will never stop. Never. I'm telling you, Danny, I'm telling you what to get ready for. Now, you do need an attorney to represent you. You really do. And I don't know where you're going to find one, because the attorneys aren't going to work on a contingency, so you're going to have to pay for an attorney. And I'm going to tell you, a retainer on a case like this is going to be about $10,000 up front.
I understand that.
Tom, what do you think if Danny calls John Fuller to get a referral to a defense attorney? I mean, John knows.
But we talked to John Fuller.
I did call John.
Did he refer you to anyone?
Just wait, what did he say?
He gave me this. He gave me this Rick Crane's number, and I've called this guy many times, and I don't even get a phone answer. Like it's nobody's on the other end of the line.
Well, then I would say
try to get
I
Marco
would say
up.
that's a red flag.
I wouldn't. Yeah. Well, I mean, just called. Nobody will even answer the phone, and so I went online to make sure that I had the right phone number, and it's this guy's right phone number, but he won't answer.
Well, then you need someone else.
What is this affidavit that they?
That's why I'm asking. And my
Tell me about the affidavit.
Said,
Tell me. Hold on a second. I got to take a break. Hold on a second. I got to take a break. And I want to come back and talk to you about that affidavit. And then, Brian, stay on the line. I'm interested to hear what your family does for fun. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. Waterpros.net, the best water systems, the lowest prices. And I'm telling you the best. For $39.95, under $4,000, you get reverse osmosis drinking water. You get rid of chemicals, heavy metals. You get rid of plastics. You get rid of chlorine. You have softened, wonderful, purified water. Waterpros.net, 303-862-5554. Listen, don't bother eating right if you're going to drink crap water. Water's the number one thing we consume. 303-862-5554. Never cheaper, never better.
It's Henry Bretz with Excel Roofing. Lots of homes were hit by last year's storms. Call Excel 303-761-6400 for an honest roof inspection. We'll let you know if there's damage and if you should file a claim. Excel Roofing. We don't pressure you, we don't charge cancellation fees, and of course, you don't pay a cent until you're content. 303-761-6400. ExcelRoofing.com.
SheridanAutotech.com is one of our auto experts, and they offer this incredible pre-buy inspection on used cars for $120. They spend a couple hours, go through the entire car. Listen, if you're buying a used car, don't do it without getting it checked out. Now, of course, this is just one of the many services of Sheridan Autotech. They also do regular repairs and maintenance and electrical, and they're honest, offer value, and they have been around for years. You won't lose with SheridanAutotech.com. That's SheridanAutotech.com, 303-455-7242. All right. I've partnered with American Financing, and by now you know that, to bring you a home equity loan to get you out of high interest debt. The rates are reasonable, and they are giving free information, no upfront fees, no startup fees, no application fees. All you have to do is call 303-695-7000. What we're doing is we're trying to get people to get rid of high interest debt, because that's the first step to financial freedom. Get rid of that high interest debt. Now, you'll have some breathing room, so you might want to pay a little extra with that extra money you have on the principal. But that's up to you. At least you get that high interest debt off the plate, whether it's a complete refinance, which can help you in some cases, or just a home equity loan. 303-695-7000, 695-7000, AmericanFinancing.net.
Thank you.
There's only really two shows that are phone call driven.
Mm-hmm. This one, what's his name? Yep.
So that was not fun.
Right.
Yeah. So
I believe you.
yeah. Good job.
I hear you.
Listen.
And I support you.
And I support you back.
Uh-huh.
Addiction, trauma, depression, or anxiety are affecting your life and family, the Raleigh House is here for you.
Hey, Tom?
Yeah.
And Dimitri?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. John Fuller rejected this case.
Oh, that's because John Fuller doesn't do defense. I was asking if John
No.
Fuller can recommend a defense attorney.
Well, no, he does do defense.
Oh.
He basically
No, he
told-
actually doesn't.
He told Danny that he would
He does do defense.
prosecute him, which is why he recommended the other attorney.
Right. John does not
And
take these kinds of
that-
cases.
And that happened offline.
There's no telling Kelly that. Let it go, Tom.
Okay. Thank you, Kelly.
What the hell are you talking about?
John doesn't do these. John does not do defense ever. That's why he didn't take the case.
Well, he actually came on as an expert, though, just so you know.
No, yep, nope, change the answer. It's like Genesis Total Exteriors. They'll do everything but defense. We don't do defense.
I mean, I don't know. I could try to get Marco Bendinelli.
That's the only time we heard Mark say something. God's other Mark.
What are you talking about? I didn't hear that.
Parker Mark, or wherever the hell he lives. Jamestown? Johnstown? I don't know. Mark said, whatever. I knew it was the guy's name. It's like a mandate. I know you'd like to go on a mandate. Mark said, get Bendinelli. That's he. And then I replied to Mark.
That's a good
now
idea.
I can hear you.
That's a good idea.
I totally
Let's ask
missed that.
Bendinelli. But
It was very brief.
I think he needs like Joe Lazzara.
Okay.
Try to get Lazzara on. Hi, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Listen, we have a classic case on the line right now of Danny who was underinsured. He had liability insurance for $25,000, yet he has more than $1 million in assets. Well, what the hell do you think's going to happen when you hit someone? You think they're going to settle for 25 grand? When they look at you and know that you had a paid off home and all the other stuff, now a certain amount of your equity is going to be safe in your home, but that's it. Everything else is up for grabs. So you're in a very dangerous situation. And I almost think what you need is a criminal defense attorney. Because running a red light's a crime. They're going to claim the crime caused the damage. But Danny, I'm going to tell you something, and I really mean it. Unless you can prove, absolutely prove, that you did not run a red light and it was the other party's fault, you're going to end up paying a lot of money. I hate telling you that, but the handwriting's on the wall. I mean, they've already done a search on you and probably found everything you have. I hate to tell you this, bro, but and right now, if you try moving assets or transferring assets, you'll go to jail because that'll be fraud, because now you know you're in danger of a judgment. They've put you on notice. You can't move your assets. So, Danny, what exactly did they send you? Did they send you a lawsuit, a summons to appear, or what? How do you know you're being sued?
I got it's an affidavit I'm going to call. There's two of them. One of the affidavits is that I signed that I have no other insurance policy. Okay, and then the affidavit, it's got it's got, I think there's 11, they call them questions, and they're not questions, they're paragraphs.
They're interrogatories.
And I check whether
They're called interrogatories.
Okay, I'm to check whether they're true or false. And there's so many sentences in these paragraphs. Some of it could be true, some of it could be false. And so I haven't sent anything. I've got it here. Maybe I can email it to you so you can look at it.
Yes, you can. Why don't we postpone this till we can get an attorney on, any kind of defense attorney for you? And Danny, I want you to email that to me as well so I can see it. I want to look at the true and false statements. So you have not consulted any attorneys yet, right?
I've been trying. I called John Fuller.
John Fuller does not. John Fuller goes after people like you. He doesn't defend people. Okay. That his practice is going after people who are liable and who are worth a lot of money or who have a lot of insurance. Okay, that's what John Fuller does. He's not going to defend someone.
I understand.
It's counter to his practice.
I understand.
And the guy that he recommended, if the guy didn't answer the phone, then that would be my first indication. If I can't get the phone answered, I'm not going with the law practice. So we're going to try to find someone and get some opinions. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Danny, you are a poster child for underinsurance and how dangerous it can be. People who think they're saving money monthly by having low liability, it might make you feel good, okay? But truly, you're going to end up in very big trouble with even a minor accident, because they're going to look at you and say, wait a minute, this guy has a house, he has a boat, he has a lot of money in the bank, he has stocks and bonds, and he wants me to settle for 25 grand? Ha-ha! Just a discussion with your attorney is going to get him 50. I'm telling you, it's all bad. All bad. Brian, I asked about hobbies and fun and value. Tell me what you have to say about that.
Well, whenever I have an opportunity with clear skies and good weather, my grandson and I, who's 5 years old, we build Estes rockets together. Paint them, we sand them, glue them, all that good stuff, paint them up, and then we go down to a really sizable park, and we launch rockets. Well,
okay.
I usually get like a crowd of kids looking, because they're like, oh, model rockets, this is great.
Now, do they come back down? Do they come back down on a parachute?
Yes.
And how big are these rockets? I've seen some of them that are pretty big. How big are yours?
Well, these are the mild ones. They're maybe I don't have the 4-foot one yet, or the 5-foot one, which is the green or the meanie. But I do have one that stands about 2.5 feet tall. And they travel about anywhere from 1,000 to 1,800 feet. Goes up quite a ways. But the funny thing is, all the kids that come around to watch, I make it a competition. I tell them, anybody who can catch a rocket before it hits the ground, I'll give them $5.
Oh, wow. That's fun. That's fun.
So in turn, I don't have to run after it. I get these kids to go run after it. And whoever comes back with the rocket in their hand, I give them a $5 bill.
Does it ever get carried away to where you can't retrieve it?
Yes. I've lost several rockets, and a lot of times the trajectory, I actually point it in a certain area where I know the airflow is going, and I'm pretty good about getting it close to the launch pad, but I have lost a few when it's hit turbulence up in the air.
Now, I'd like to ask you, in general, what does it cost for an average 2-foot rocket?
2-foot rocket? Anywhere from $20 to $35.
That's it? That includes fuel?
No, the motors or the engines, which are solid rocket propulsion, they're really small, and they range. You get a 2-pack with actually the stopper for the fuse, and that usually runs about $3 a pack.
Well, that's not bad. So we're talking to launch a rocket, a 2-foot rocket, with the rocket and the fuel, is about $40.
Yeah, well, you got to get the launch pad and the actual mechanism that the launch controller.
How much would all that setup be? We call that setup.
You're probably looking at a couple $100 overall, because I got the professional one, which is actually allows you to do 2 rockets at a time.
All right.
But I'm also, I mean, you can go far into it. The next step up, I'm going to try to build a 20-foot rocket and get out into the planes and
Wait a minute.
shoot it up.
Are we allowed to build? At what point do we become Elon Musk, or we become like like how big can we make the damn things?
You can get approval. You have to get flight. You got to basically like a pilot does. You have to file a flight plan about when you're going to do it, how high it's going to supposedly go, and all that. And they'll give you an approval time when you can do it. But it's all you got to get approval through the FAA.
But you get approval through the FAA. But where do you launch from? Do you have to get approval for that?
Yeah, usually I've been looking into it. You can, if you're friends with a farmer or something, that's adequate.
So are you telling me that what's the limit? 20 foot? Are there any limits, or can I just build a frickin' rocket and get in it?
Well, my grandson wants me to build one for him and me both to get a shot into space with it. So, I really don't know the size limit. I would assume it probably shuts down right at 10 feet.
How much is a 20-foot rocket going to cost?
We're looking at about $5 to $10 grand overall.
Wow! And then the fuel,
because it uses a whole different system. Exactly, and it uses a whole different technology for fuel. It's not your normal solid propulsion. It can be liquefied.
God.
If you watch there's a group of kids on YouTube called Dude Perfect. They actually have 3 launch competitions. And they do the big ones. They got the 30-footers. And
well,
they go
I never
high.
dreamed I'd get rocket launching as one of the nominations. I never dreamed I would get that. Thank you very much for calling. Appreciate that, Brian. 303-713-TALK. Do you know what? Were you going to say something, Bo?
I was going to ask Brian if you could put a small camera in these rockets.
Of course you do.
Oh, yeah, Dude Perfect, they do that.
They do it all the time.
And by the way, Estes is a Colorado company. I don't know if you know that. They're headquartered in Penrose.
The rocket company.
Estes Rocket Company.
Now listen, in this survey of hobbies, what do you think the number one reason people have hobbies? The number one reason, 81% of the people responded to this answer, why they have a hobby. Why? Why would you have a hobby, Bo? You like shooting, right?
I like shooting and collecting World War II items, and it gives me something to do when I'm retired.
Okay. Number one, stress relief. Stress relief.
Well, that makes total sense because you're away from home and work, which is
doing something voluntary that you want to do that you can't do.
So it totally makes sense. It clears my mind, and home and work are the only source.
What clears your mind, by the way?
Oh, in the summer I do a lot of four-wheeling.
Yeah, you love four-wheeling.
Yeah, and year-round I engage in photography.
Yeah.
And so that's and target shooting. And so all 3 of those just really clear my mind like a game of chess would.
It's amazing. 81% say the number one reason for a hobby is stress relief. I want to hear about your hobby and pastime as well. And if you have any problems, questions, or complaints, I want to hear from that too. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Frank Duran, the real estate man, right now offering free market valuations of your home. So he'll tell you what your house will sell for based on the current market, the supply and demand, the comps. It's a real, true evaluation, and it's free of charge. So before you even think about listing, you might want to call Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Taking a Walk Podcast.
Yeah, we're not doing too badly. Had a tie-up on E470, the toll highway near 104th. Crews are kind of wrapping up there. They appear to have opened up the lanes. We had a backup, but it looks better. As you're coming in on I-76 westbound past 88, seeing a little bit of a tie-up there. That could be construction-related. 270's running a little heavy out of Commerce City. Another construction zone, I-70 eastbound approaching E470. This is out to the east side where we do have some backups. I-25 still a little slow coming up out of the Tech Center as well as south coming into downtown. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
I'm Buzz Knight, host of the Taking a Walk podcast. Step with us into the world of music. I bring you up-close conversations with new and legendary musicians. For one of the best music interview podcasts, listen to Taking a Walk on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Genesis Total Exteriors, roofing, siding, soffits, fascia, windows, doors, decks, painting, basements, kitchens, baths, mold remediation and mold detection and fencing. Man, just think about the house. It's called Genesis Total Exteriors. It just should be called Genesis Total House. You know what? I know Brian. I know Mark Szymanski for many, many years, and I'll tell you what, you don't have a better company or a better person to deal with. GenesisTotalExteriors.com for all of your needs. That's Genesis. Here's the number, 303-679-8509.
Thank you.
Boom, 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 boom. Mm. All's quiet.
All's quiet.
You know, I never changed that. Stand by for the Troubleshooter Show. What a frickin' moron. Why didn't you guys tell me?
You guys tell me.
You damn YouTube morons.
YouTube morons.
What?
I'm talking about YouTube morons. You don't even rise to the level of a moron.
It's because I'm doing a radio show and you think you're doing TV. That's why.
No, I don't think I'm doing TV.
That's your hobby.
Yeah, it is.
The doctors have convinced you that you need to move on to a TV show. Dr. Dimitri. The cameras are just an elaborate way for us to keep track of you, Mr. Martino.
That's true.
That's true.
Yeah. Mark, have you fixed all of your audio problems down there? Has Major quit again?
I don't know where Major is. Are you talking down the line to him? Major.
You are, comma, Mark.
Major Mark Major.
Major Marc Mager.
Major pain in the butt. Ha! Here we go.
Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing.
Hang on.
761-6400.
In addition to your problems, questions, and complaints, I want to know what you do for a pastime. How much does it cost? Is it a good dollar value? Or do you not care because you love it so much? What is your passion?
Hey,
Now,
Tom, I have a great hobby.
What do you have, Doc?
I play poker, and my hobby pays for itself.
You know what? I got a text about that just now and said that they play cards. I don't know if they play poker, but, you know, I know a lot of people who do poker, and they do it for money, and it's a pastime. You get socialization with your buddies. You got refreshments. You know, and you got money you can make. And if you do lose, you probably, you limit it, right? It's not like hardcore, right, Doc?
No, absolutely.
Do you do tournament style when you guys play, or do you do by hand?
No, I do cash games. There's, tournament play is very different than just playing regular poker like everybody's used to. Number one, if you're winning and you have to leave, you lose all your money. Where if you're playing in a regular poker game, if you have to leave, you just get up and leave with whatever you have. So,
now, are there any rules? I want to know this because I hear a lot of people get pissed off. Are there any rules as to how long you have to stay? If you're like on a Saturday, you're playing with your buds, or Wednesday evening, or however you do it.
Yes.
And you win a crap load of money and want to leave. What do the guys think?
Well, you just won't get invited back. If you're in a casino, you could play one hand and get up and leave. Nobody says anything. But when you're playing in a social game, regardless of the stakes, you'll usually have to commit to a certain amount of time.
So if you guys say, hey, we're going to be playing till 8 o'clock, then you want them to stay at least through 8 o'clock.
Unless they say ahead of time, look, I have to leave at 7:30. So if people announce when they're going to leave and they do that, nobody cares because they could be winning or losing. What people get upset about is if you don't say when you're going to leave and then you win a big hand or you're up a lot of money and then get up and leave, you won't get invited back.
By the way, you guys can text me at 747. Thank you, Doc. You can text me your hobbies to 747-999-5280. That's my private text number. So you can text me there about the show, about Wave 8 Wealth Management, or you can text me right now on the topic, what do you do for a pastime? What do you love doing? What is your passion? Now, pastimes are not all sports, and they're not all hobbies. They're just different mixtures of things. Some people, one guy says, Tom, I actually enjoy my job, and I love it. And when I'm relaxing, I like doing it. This person happens to be an accountant. They enjoy it. I mean, that's really good when you can enjoy what you do as a living. Now, obviously, I just wouldn't have the physical strength to do radio 24 hours, obviously, or all the time. But radio's fun for me. Now, is Major Marc Mager there? Because I know they have a lot of pastimes they do from time to time. And one of them, of course, is their motorhome. I used to have a motorhome. I loved motorhoming. Part of the joy was the drive to different places and seeing the country. And then when you get there, you got your home with you. There's really nothing like it. It's so wonderful. I often joked that motorhoming was like RVs meant real vacation because you make your own schedules, you make your own, you chart your own course, you do what you want. So whatever it is that you do, I'd like to hear about it. One guy says here, he enjoys gardening. Now, gardening's never something that turned me on, but a lot of people love gardening. They really do. But I want to ask you about one activity, and I'm serious about it. And I actually looked it up, and they said it might be an illness, not a pastime. I'm serious. Now, remind me about that. An illness, not a pastime. John? What do you have a question on, John? John? I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to put John on hold. Kachina, you're going to talk to John, and you're going to find out if he's ready to talk right after the break. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK. Fix it 24/7. They will do your air conditioner with a deep, deep clean and check, and they will get it ready for the heating season for just $39 if you haven't had it done yet. It's a practical refurbishment of the system for just $39. FixMyHome.com.
Thank you.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Taking a Walk Podcast.
Yeah, we're not doing too badly. Had a tie-up on E470, the toll highway near 104th. Crews are kind of wrapping up there. They appear to have opened up the lanes. We had a backup, but it looks better. As you're coming in on I-76 westbound past 88th, seeing a little bit of a tie-up there. That could be construction-related. 270's running a little heavy out of Commerce City. Another construction zone, I-70 eastbound approaching E470. This is out to the east side where we do have some backups. I-25 still a little slow coming up out of the Tech Center as well as south coming into downtown. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
I'm Buzz Knight, host of the Taking a Walk podcast. Step with us into the world of music. I bring you up-close conversations with new and legendary musicians. For one of the best music interview podcasts, listen to Taking a Walk on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You've heard it. Gravina's has the greatest windows. Of course, I don't do it as well as Larry did, and I think I do it a little better than Mark. But anyway, here's the deal. We love Gravina's. They've been on our referral list more than 20 years. We love what they do because they have such a variety, and they have heritage. Yes, these are the Gravina's, 950 West Evans, the ones that we prefer because they have 50 lines of windows, not one. And they have multiple lines of siding and doors, so they have one for you, whether it's your fix and flip, your rental, or your dream home. 303-GRAVINA, Gravina, 303-GRAVINA, or gravinas.com.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And he
Thank you.
literally said to me,
Is Mark on or not?
There's no way for me to know.
Why? Okay,
Until
just
he
chime
talks.
in, mother.
What were you doing? God, Mark. And then suddenly, you'd hardly say anything, and then we get like the British baking show coming down your line. The hell was that?
Did I have something coming over mine?
No, Mark was watching some British baking show, and it came down the freaking line. And then the scones are buttered just so, and the...
they were making scones.
Something like that. All of this is why my hobby, or should I call it a pastime, is plotting the demise of all of my coworkers.
Kelly, I want nothing from this Jackie or Karen or whatever her name is.
Okay.
I don't know what that means, but it doesn't sound good to me.
Some nutcase in New York. I told her to send pictures. She didn't send them, so fuck
No,
her.
I sent you all the links, but they don't really. It's very grainy. It's fine.
I'll send you a picture. Let's play What's in Doc's Gallery.
No, so I was going to tell you, last night, I go in, and the guy's in there.
Yeah.
And he's got the door propped open with trash can.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
I gotta go.
and I'm the only chick here last night. So I was like, I need to pee.
The only actual
And
biological
no.
female?
So, yes. So then he basically tells me, and this is a classic statement. He goes, "There's another bathroom on the other side of the hall." And I'm like, that would be the men's room? I'm like, I don't really squat well to pee into a urinal anymore. I don't have
I
that
think you
kind
could
of
probably stand.
responsibility. And
It's great training for concerts.
I don't even know if you have stalls in there.
2.
So he goes,
I'm telling you, this is an incredible
Grudgingly.
article.
he basically leaves
on inflammation
and leaves
and
the
one
door
of the causes.
propped open, and I'm like, all right, everybody's gonna hear me pee.
Oh,
Who cares?
Yeah, but hold on. There's another one that's going to blow your mind.
It was amazing.
All right.
It would have been something you would have said.
Yeah,
Yeah, just go use the men's room.
I want to watch the door for you.
Who? I don't know what that is. Is it a bug? Are you shitting me? Are they cute?
Wait, what's going on?
Tallahassee, Florida State University shooting sitch.
Great.
Eh.
Some dipshit with a gun.
Well, as they said once on King of the Hill, how are you supposed to shoot
I have a
someone
text
if
question
you don't
for
have
Mark.
Text question for Mark. Yeah.
So I want to make sure he's going to be ready for it.
He's been intermittent like wiper blades.
I know. And he doesn't have his camera on. I wonder why. You know what I'm saying?
Cuban.
Yep. He's a very avid tuber.
My God.
All right.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. We were talking about hobbies, pastimes, passions. What do you have? And I'm going to go back to John on an eviction here. But I want to ask Mark. Mark, someone asked something. They said they know you go to Vegas a lot. In your last trip to Vegas, was it slower than usual? Are you noticing a downturn in Vegas?
Yeah, it was a little slower.
Why do you think? This person said that they've noticed it lately, that there aren't as many people going to Vegas. Why do you think?
I really don't know, but the airport wasn't that busy. Denver wasn't either, and we left on a Friday. Generally, Denver, when the ski stuff's still open, it's a lot busier. But Denver wasn't busy. Vegas wasn't busy.
Do you think
that... Hey, Mark, do you think it's because of two factors? One, there's... sports betting by phone, so you don't have to go to Vegas to go to the sports book, and the rise of more casinos and gambling in other states,
like on reservations.
Maybe.
All over the
Doc,
place.
I just don't have an answer for that. I don't know the answer.
Okay.
Well, I'll tell you, I know a lot of guys that I play poker with that don't go to Vegas anymore because they can play poker in Central City and Blackhawk.
Yeah, most of the casinos I go to, I mean, they got rid of poker rooms like 30 years ago.
What?
Where?
Well, pretty much any station, pretty much. The only place I can think of that I go occasionally, Bellagio. I don't even think Bellagio's got a poker room anymore. I mean, they might.
They all have poker rooms.
Well, okay, Doc, I guess I'm crazy because where I just stayed didn't. The Cosmopolitan doesn't. Most of the places we go to do not have poker rooms.
In this corner, we have Marc Mager.
Circa, there's a brand new property, no poker room.
Well,
Durango, brand new property, no poker room.
That may be one of the
Red
reasons,
Rocks.
That may be one of the reasons why tourism is down.
Okay,
because of poker rooms.
Well, it's one
Mark,
thing.
One guy said he enjoys picking up trash. Literally in the public.
Sweet.
But I'm going to tell you about one that I discovered. I even went to my boyfriend to ask about it because it was it a hobby? Was it a pastime? Was it a passion? I am told it is a mental illness. And I'm going to be telling you about that. Right now, I want to go to the phones, though. John, what about an eviction? What's going on?
Hey, Tom. Hey, so I got a friend that's trying to evict his 25-year-old son out of his house. What's the process?
Okay, I got to ask you. Your friend has a 25-year-old son. Do they have any kind of an agreement? Does the son pay anything?
No agreement, no agreement, no nothing. Nope.
Now, I'm going to give you an off-the-cuff answer, and I'm serious. If I had a deadbeat son in my house and I wanted him out, I'd kick his ass out and lock him out. I'd change the locks. I mean, are you telling me this son is saying I have rights?
You know, he's well hip on the he needs to be evicted, or if he has, he knows he has to be evicted.
Okay, I don't know if he has to be evicted, but this is really a good one for Brad O'Brien. And John, this is a really good topic because I've actually never addressed it before. So that means it's new area. And by the way, I'm serious. We have never addressed. Now, Mark, didn't we have that one woman in the Springs or something? Remember the woman that's always being taken advantage of by her son and grandson? Did we have a question on eviction where the kid was saying, you can't get rid of me? I don't know. You know who I'm talking about,
I don't
right?
remember.
You remember the guy that got, and the grandson
I know who
got
you're
on
talking
the line.
about.
Yeah, the grandson got on the line and said, you can't evict me, you better shut up. And he was just a freaking, ugh. Now listen, I'm going to ask Brad O'Brien, honest to God, if you have a 25-year-old son, how long has the son been living there?
Pretty much his whole life.
Okay, so if you have a kid that's been living with you, your child, they turn 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, does he pay anything at all? Is there any kind of a rental arrangement?
No.
He doesn't pay anything. And then he
as far, I know there's no contract for sure. He doesn't have like a lease. He may pay some, but I don't think he does. I honestly don't think he does. But I know for sure 100% there's no rental agreement or nothing between them.
Okay, so
pretty much lives there free.
What I need to know is, did he ask him to leave?
Yes, he's asked him to leave. Yep.
And what reason did he give?
And the cops were, the cops. Well, the cops were called, and they actually told him, hey, we can't. He asked the cops to tell him to leave, and they said we can't have him leave because he lives here.
All right, Brad, are you up there? Brad O'Brien, are you there? Because we're going to run out of time. In fact, I'd like to, Brad, are you there?
Yes, I am.
I want a short answer. We'll come back for more after the break, but the short answer: if you have a kid turns 18. Lives with you 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, no arrangement whatsoever. It's just your son, and you want him to move out. Do you have to do an eviction?
Yeah.
Really?
Voluntarily.
Hold on. Okay. I always thought that if I have a kid in my house, my son, my daughter, they're not living by the rules, kick him the hell out. There's no rental arrangement. They're not paying a dime. But we're going to get into it with Brad O'Brien, our real estate expert, olslaw.com, coming up. John, hang on. We'll come to that and more on your passions and hobbies on the Troubleshooter Show.
Yep. That's funny. They said straight and then said Elton. She doesn't have the active shooter story. All right.
It's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Get along real well with Jimmy Ryan. Love that Jim.
See, the mics are on.
Yep.
Mark, it's Bo. Can you hear me? Mark?
No, it's on. I can see it's on.
No, it is? Oh, okay. Quiet.
Everybody's quiet and mellow today.
What's that, Dimitri?
Everybody's quiet and mellow today. Must be a fascinating day in the stock market.
What's it doing, Dimitri? Down?
Gold's up. Gold's down a little bit. Dow's down quite a bit. S&P 500 is up a little bit.
Oh, that's good.
The Dow was down because of United Healthcare.
They took $100 a share dive today.
Why is that?
They missed earnings.
Oh. Had nothing.
And future earnings look dark, too.
Man, it's been a rough year for them.
Especially
Well.
top.
Especially from the upper management.
Don't
Not
even
yet,
get
Tom.
me started on it. They denied Adam's cancer 15 times.
That coffee takes a while.
15 times.
Any interesting conversation?
No, everybody's really mellow.
Not from us.
About how quiet everybody is today.
It was working.
Hey, Doc.
He's in there, but it appears as though he's not listening. I wonder what he's listening to. He's rocking back and forth.
Video.
Oh, okay. Is he drooling?
Not yet.
Okay.
Terrible.
Oh, that's.
His former job is kind of making the rounds as a joke lately.
His former job?
Yep. If these women were in space for 11 minutes and that makes him an astronaut, well, then I'm a gynecologist.
Oh, jeez.
I don't get that.
If you go somewhere for a very short period of time and now suddenly you're an expert.
Okay, I get it.
Yep.
Wouldn't that make you... never mind.
Huh. A splunker? No.
You know, I actually knew a guy once that had a job at a candy factory, and he was a fudge packer. And I swear to God, that was his job title.
That's fun.
Now, can you imagine when people ask what you do?
Have you seen all the, what is it, Uranus, Ohio? Or Ohio? Yeah. Huge roadside attraction, the fudge factory there. You got to get fudge from Uranus.
You still have never been to Carthage.
I haven't been to a lot of places.
You need to go.
No, I don't
Not
need.
that far away.
That's funny. Nope, I'm
The fact
done.
that I've been and you haven't should say something. And the fact that the city is named Alliance.
Ah.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. You know, I've seen movies. I've had friends, neighbors. Failure to launch kids once in a while. Kids who just stay home. They don't do much. Kind of deadbeats. You want to get them off their butts. You want them to go to work. You want them to do something. Hey, why don't you chip in around here, do some chores? They say, leave me alone. You're always bugging me. Okay, parent-kid thing, right? Parent-kid thing. So you say one day, hey, Johnny, get your ass off the couch and get out of here. Pack up and leave. I don't want you around anymore. Now, this is a kid. This is your son or daughter. And he's 25 and he's not working. Or she's 24. And
How's that a kid?
What's that? What's that, Mark?
Where do you define a kid?
Well,
you just
I'm
lost me
talking
in
as
that.
an offspring. I'm talking offspring. Okay, obviously they're not kids anymore, right? So you want them out. You're a deadbeat. Get out. Mm-hmm. The kid says, yeah, right. You got to evict me. Well, I'll tell you what I would do. I'd evict them on their ass. I don't know, but would I be in trouble? Brad O'Brien is our real estate expert. He's not going to give an off-the-cuff answer. He's not going to give a seat-of-the-pants answer. He's going to look at it from a legal perspective. So, Brad, is this kid right when he tells his dad, you can't get rid of me without an eviction?
That's right. The son, who's an adult, over 18 or more, has tenant protections, and he's entitled to due process. You know,
even if there's nothing in writing, even if they
have.
have no arrangement in writing, nothing, he never paid a dime.
Yeah.
I think you'd be trusted.
You don't need to have a written lease to have a tenancy, so it sounds like he has a tenancy at will. If there's never been a lease, he's never been responsible to pay rent.
Okay.
He's got a tenancy at will. Now, that's terminable pretty easily on a 3-day notice to terminate tenancy.
Okay, so
you give him
explain
this
this then.
notice,
A tenancy, what did you call it? What kind of tenancy?
A tenancy at will.
Okay.
Not a month-to-month tenancy. It's not a year-to-year tenancy. It's tenancy at will.
So how do I terminate?
Really quick. Just on a
how do
3-day
I
notice.
terminate a tenancy at will?
Well, there's actually a court form out there that's available on the court website. It's called Notice to Terminate Tenancy Form. And you check the box for, is this a tenancy at will? Yes. That's a 3-day notice. So you fill out this form, sign it if you're the landlord, or you could have the attorney do it, and give it to them. And then 3 days later, they're supposed to be out. If they're not out at the end of those 3 days, then on day 4, the parents can file a court complaint for eviction.
Now, can the father at the end of the 3 days just remove his stuff?
No, that's self-help, and that's illegal. Self-help will always get a property owner or landlord in trouble.
Okay. So then once they go to the court and the court says, now you have an order to evict, right?
Well, you file a court complaint for eviction. That takes about a month or so to run its course, and then it ends up with a judgment for possession. And then 10 days after that judgment for possession issues, then you can go to the court clerk and get what's called a writ of restitution. That's a piece of paper you take to the sheriff's office, and then the sheriff schedules the actual physical eviction that they conduct.
Okay.
landlords are not entitled to like do their own eviction, change the locks, or give them
nothing. No, I know you're a big advocate, of course, doing things legally, and you advise people all the time. And self-help is scorned upon by the courts, right?
I'm sure it happens all the time. Parents give them the boot.
But let me ask you
no
something.
legal process, but it's not.
Let
the
me
right way
ask
to
you
do it.
something. If this dad just kicked him in the ass out the door, and changed the locks, what would happen actually if this kid goes and complains? What would happen? I mean, wouldn't he have to file a court case against his dad or something, or how would that work?
Yeah, he'd file a court complaint for wrongful eviction, and he might get some damages, which might be in the equivalent to alternative housing costs.
Wow. Okay.
Plus legal fees.
Have you ever had weird evictions like this where you had to evict a child or, an offspring?
Yes, I've done it.
Okay.
Yes, adult children, sure.
Brad, we have another question that just came up. By the way, John, don't go away yet. Keith, you have a question. Go ahead, Keith.
Hey, Tom, with the new law that says you can only evict with cause, if they don't have a lease, what's the cause you can evict them on?
So, Brad, does
like
just cause
stay as long as you want?
That's a good question, Brad. Does just cause, apply to tenancy at will?
Yes, it does, but okay, the just cause statute applies when the tenant has been there for a year. Then the landlord has to have a good reason, like they want to sell or move back in order to not renew them. Now, I understood in this case that the parents live in the same house, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
so
that's
the just cause doesn't go there.
That is an exemption from the just cause statute. If it's a single-family home or a duplex or a triplex, and the landlord lives in the same property, then that just cause statute does not apply. So they don't have to give a 90-day notice. Then the normal 3-day notice on a notice to terminate tenancy will apply.
Okay, now we have a question from the peanut gallery over here. Deputy Bo, go ahead.
Brian, I'm a landlord, and I was told just recently this notice to vacate has been escalated or updated from a 3-day to a 10-day. Can you use a 3-day notice?
That's something different. The 10-day notice came about over 5 years ago, and that's for non-payment of rent. When you give a notice that they have to pay rent or get out, that used to be called a notice of notice to comply. I forget the name, but anyway,
Yeah.
it used to be a 3-day notice. Then over 5 years ago, it was bumped up to a 10-day. But that's different. Here, you can terminating a tenancy and will has nothing to do with payment of rent.
Okay.
Separate deal.
Okay.
That 3 days valid.
Yeah, 3-day on that one's valid.
Yes.
Okay. So we have a comment from Vicky. Brad, we really appreciate your time. Brad O'Brien, olslaw.com, 720-370-7388. Vicky, what is your comment or question?
I have a nephew who's disabled. He was in a car accident. He has his address has always been at his parents' house. He didn't always live there, but that was always his address. So after he had this accident, he was hit by a car, and he went back to his parents' house once he got out of the hospital. He had 3 operations when he was there, and he has epilepsy. And his father will not let him stay at the house. And he is disabled. He's not supposed to work. He's not supposed to drive. He can't even take the bus because of his epilepsy.
Okay, well, I want to ask a few questions, Vicky.
Does my nephew have any legal rights?
Vicky, first let's ask some questions. How old is the nephew?
He is 50 years old.
And was he living there before the accident?
No, he had his own place.
Then he gets into an accident, becomes disabled, and needs to go somewhere. And you want to know, does he have any legal standing to make his biological father and mother take him in?
Right. It's just his father. His mother died 2 years ago.
Okay.
He's applied for Social Security. Applied for Social Security 3 times, and it's never come through so that he could buy his own place to live. And his father is very mean to him. Like last summer, he let him stay there for him to do all the yard work. And then when winter came along, he wouldn't let him stay there. He literally spent the winter on the street.
Okay.
And he is disabled.
Okay, hold on.
And I don't know
Brad
how to
O'Brien,
help
well,
him.
well, sure. And my gut feeling is he doesn't have a leg to stand on, and that's no pun intended. But let's talk about this, Brad O'Brien. If an adult male child or offspring of another person wants to live with him because he's disabled, does he have any way of finagling himself into his parents' home?
Well, people with disabilities certainly do have fair housing rights to not be discriminated against. So a landlord can't pick an able-bodied person as a tenant versus equally qualified disabled person. But this is a little bit different. This is talking about eviction, and there's really nothing in the eviction statute.
Well, no, he wasn't even evicted. He never actually lived there. He was in an accident and now wants to live there, and the dad says no. Now, is he there now?
Oh, okay.
Did he let him in for even a few days, Vicky, or did he refuse to let him come at all?
Well, he lets him come once in a while. Last summer, he lived there all summer, and then he woke up in the morning and his father accused him of poisoning his coffee.
Okay.
And he had a gun out. And so my nephew left because he was scared.
Vicky, so that's when this nephew would have had his most rights, is when he was living there. And
I know it.
And then he could have demanded that he go through the eviction process. But remember this, when we say people need to go through the eviction process, that doesn't mean they get to stay. It means that they are going to be evicted unless there is something that denies the eviction. So it would just prolong it a little. So may I ask something, Vicky? Was your sister married to this guy? Is that the sister-in-law or nephew thing?
No, it's my brother.
Okay. So you're talking about your own brother here. Have you been able to talk to your brother saying, give the guy a break?
Yeah, I do. And that's when he let him in last summer. And then he does drugs. And if they both do drugs together, they get wild and stupid and fight. And I can't get my nephew to quit doing drugs. He thinks he needs it for pain. And maybe he does, sleeping in the streets, freezing to death.
Vicky,
and all.
have you ever thought about opening your home to your nephew?
Like I said, I don't live in my own home. I live in my male friend's home, and he doesn't want his problem.
No, I get it.
Sure, I thought of it.
This is terrible. Well, Brad O'Brien, though, really, he can't go back to last summer saying you got rid of me the wrong way, right?
No, that tenancy is terminated. And so he really has no right to go back in now.
Okay. We got to take a break. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. DenverRegen.com. You know Mark's losing weight on it. They also do stem cell therapy for pain, and it really works. DenverRegen.com.
Are we done with Braddy? Are we done with Brad?
Mighty Millions raffle early bird prize deadline is midnight Friday. You could drive away an Audi SQ7 and enjoy 9 nights in Switzerland, or choose $125,000. Plus, you'll be in to win the grand prize show home in Winter Park. Enjoy the thrill of winning with the joy of giving to Children's Hospital Colorado. Hurry, the early bird deadline is midnight Friday. Buy now at MightyMillionsRaffle.com.
Can't hear you.
I would like to tell you about Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. This is a place that helps you get ready for retirement and then coaches you through retirement. That means building a nest egg, keeping it safe, letting it grow. It also insurance, legacy planning, planning for your business to grow and then to prosper and then to pass it on to a loved one or to sell it. Everything to do with getting older and facing retirement. They look at your plan and see what you need. They see where you're top heavy. If you want this kind of help, or you may say, wait a minute, exactly what can they do for me? See, every retirement plan is customized, so call them and simply ask. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies, here's my situation. What do you think? And you don't have to be a client for them to give you advice, and then you decide if you want to hire him. rpcenter.com, 970-663-3211. Family owned and operated, 970-663-3211. Fix It 24/7 is doing an extreme clean right now on air conditioners, and they're busy because some smart people are getting ready for the heat. If you've never had it done or you're a new customer, for just $39 you get this extreme refurbishment and deep clean of your AC. They go through every nook and cranny, and they go through every fitting, and they make sure it's ready for the heating season to come. Don't wait until you're hot and you don't have air conditioning. FixMyHome.com, book now. That's right, FixMyHome.com, then click book now.
Very nice.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
All mics are on. Mark just doesn't seem to be conversive. Deputy Doc
There is something going on with him.
Yeah, it is.
No, Doc is punched out too.
Is Doc not there?
Is Doc not there? Yeah, he's here, but he might be asleep. He's definitely not listening to us.
That wide shot looks good.
Oh, I agree. I totally agree. The lighting is good.
Think that's sleep?
Not a whole lot of shadows.
I envy it, whatever it is.
What do you envy?
Doc, he might be asleep in there. Or dead. Either way, I envy him.
I can't believe the items I'm getting here on Hobbies. Really cool hobby.
That's a great topic. That's a ton of fun.
People love talking about their passion.
Can masturbating be a hobby?
Yes. And you would be the chief.
Oh, part-time.
Shannon, you have too much fun.
That's my hobby.
Why is
having
Kachina
too
so
much
silent?
She's laughing. She's actually got her. She's covered her face because of the last thing I said.
I am here for you.
Are we still going back to these people? Brad's gone, by the way, so what do you want to do?
Nothing. I'm going to still talk to him. Why can't I...
That's sweet of you.
Never mind.
All right. Last woman said she lives with a male friend, and I pointed out to Kachina that she does, too. Technically, Kelly lives with a male friend.
So do I. I mean, excuse me, a female friend.
Yeah. Hey, whatever.
Stephanie's my friend.
Sure.
Sorry about that, Bo. See, I like working on my aircraft. I love that. Gives me such joy and such peace.
To bother you and ask you questions, huh?
No, I don't mind. I love sharing aviation. I love flying with people and all that part. I love that. But as far as working on them, I like that alone time and that solitude and getting it all fixed up and ready to go. And
Can you work on your helicopter? Do torque settings?
No, I'm not qualified at all for that. I'm qualified to do, I can do like preventive maintenance and oil change and stuff, but I don't. But on my light sport aircraft, I'm qualified to do a certain list of owner maintenance.
Oh.
Coming back.
And yeah, so.
Duh. For the best deal, gotta be Wendy's. U.S. price and participation may vary.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Quite some comments on this eviction thing. And Vicky, let's see, Vicky was, of course, the one where her nephew's disabled, wants to know if there's any legal right. So, Vicky, just to finish this up, there's nothing you can do with your brother to make him take in his son. I mean, you know, the son's 50 years old, and they both do drugs. It sounds like the fruit didn't fall far from that tree, and they're both just screwed up. I mean, I really feel bad for you that you have to observe this, and it bothers you, but there's not much you can do.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Vicky. What were you going to say, Bo?
I was going to suggest to Vicky, I feel for her problem with the nephew, and I was going to suggest that she contact Fort Logan Mental Health Center.
Yeah, but what if they don't do interventions, for God's sakes?
No, but you could sign him up, try to get him a bed there.
But he may not want to go.
Well, you're right, Tommy. He has to have.
Yeah, people want to need help. Excuse me. People must want the help, I should say. Hey, John. So on that original eviction question, you understand the problem now, right? That your friend is going to have to go through the process.
I understand. Thank you.
And John,
Tommy, I just want to make sure I got the process right.
Well,
yeah,
remember
I just want to make
this.
sure I got the process
yeah, here's
right,
the
Tom.
process. I want to review that. He's got to get this 3-day notice, okay? And then it's either vacate or comply, and he doesn't want to comply. He just wants him to vacate. And then
Where
if he
does the
doesn't
3-day
leave,
notice go? Does that go to him?
That notice goes.
Where does it go to his hand?
I would hand it to him, or I'd put it on his bedroom door and take a picture of it.
Yep, bedroom door.
That's what I would do. I'm not
Good,
giving you legal advice here. The other thing is, after that, if he doesn't leave in that 3 days, and the reason could be I want my house back. You know, I want to live alone. He doesn't have to give a real just cause reason because they're exempt from it.
Okay.
So what he says is because he is a tenancy at will in his own residence, he's not required to give a just cause. He can just say, I want to be alone and put it on there. And if he doesn't leave in that 3 days, then he must go back to court to get that writ of eviction.
Writ of restitution.
Yeah, but
Eviction, okay.
And restitution means taking your property back, getting him the hell out of there. So you may want to consult an attorney about it. I mean, if this kid's going to give his dad trouble.
Let me ask you, I think... Yeah, I think we can handle it, but is that 3-day notice something we can write on a piece of paper, or is that a form I need to download?
That's the part I don't know. I believe I would use a form.
You have to use a form. And you can
use a form. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you, John. I hope that helped you. And that
Thank you, Tom. Thank you.
And Kenny has a question now on insurance. Go ahead, Kenny. What's going on with you?
Hey, Tom. This is for Southern California Pipe Traders Association. The admin side, the administrative side. I was contacted back in January that my brother was an employee of theirs and he passed away in Las Vegas, Nevada at 67. I get the phone call, I get the letter, and I had to prove next to kinship to prove that I was, a relative and to get the beneficiary payout.
Okay. Are you named as the Kenny, are you named as the beneficiary?
Yes, me and my younger brother Donald, we were both on the form.
And you both have to do the same thing for this California company.
Correct. I fulfilled my part of the obligation. My younger brother, they got a hold of him, and he told him I don't want nothing to do with it. Basically, F off. Right?
Wait a minute. So does that mean what he should do, Kenny, what he should do is assign his benefit to you so they will give it all to you? Because if he doesn't, I fear they're going to withhold half of it.
Correct. They're going to withhold all of it.
Well, wait. Why
So
would
he
they
made
withhold?
Sure that he'll just take the paperwork. Go ahead.
Why would they withhold all of it if you're willing to comply?
Because I just got the yes. Since I proved my kinship, I went out to the next department, and now they sit there and say, I got to get his birth certificate, which I can get that out of Los Angeles on the vital records. I understand that. But because he's living, he has to sign off saying he just wants to waive the whole thing.
I have a very simple question.
Okay.
Very simple question. You and your brother, do you get along? Will he sign over his rights to you?
I haven't spoken to him in 40 years.
Why?
Family disintegrated. Typical American family.
How much money are we talking about in this account?
They will not disclose anything to me. First, it was a life insurance policy. Now he was drawing retirement, and it has highlighted in yellow on the forms, retirement. So at one department, I submitted all the correct information. He said, the beneficiary, the payout people will get in touch with you. The next following day, I received a letter saying, affidavit, notarized. I got to have his birth certificate. He's got to sign it saying he doesn't want nothing to do with it. And I can't do any part about that. And they sit there and say, without him waiving it,
right,
it will go nowhere. Sit in
All
the
right,
back room of the
I'll tell
file.
you what we're going to do. You hang on. We're going to get Brad O'Brien on. No, not Brad. Sorry, Brad's real estate. We're going to get, let's see, who do I want on? I want our estate planning attorney on. So we'll get Dan McKenzie on, okay? So hang on, and we'll do that. 303-713-TALK. We have a question on being a beneficiary, and what if the other beneficiary says, I don't want it? Why can't you get yours? We'll talk about that and more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. One Clear Choice Garage Doors for all of your garage door needs. Emergencies or regular checkups or tune-ups or installing new openers or whatever. They have it all, and the prices are on their website. I love these people, 24/7 service for emergencies, and here's where it is. Their website with all of the prices and everything they do, doors, openers, and everything, oneclearchoicedoors.com. Oneclearchoicedoors.com.
Yep.
So get Dan McKenzie on. Thank you. I don't know if I was clear.
This is Denver's Talk Station.
No, you weren't. I mean, but yes, yeah.
Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW, Denver.
Well, that was a weird one, Tom. I didn't know. I wanted
to
confirm what you were saying, but then,
Sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Yeah, we do have some
trying to be supportive.
way today. In fact, we had a closure for a short period of time at the Veteran Memorial Tunnels, which backed up traffic out of Idaho Springs, eastbound 70 and westbound coming down Floyd Hill. Not a real big delay. It's reopened now, so that should recover. We'll keep you posted when they do have a closure again. Southbound 25 coming into downtown, a little sluggish. We had a stall southbound at Bellevue. They've cleared that. That's looking better. 225 in from Parker, a little slow, and a little bit of traffic to the east on I-70 as well as Pena. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
What's an American? It sounds like an easy question to answer, but it's not so simple. This week on Red Pilled America, we take a deep dive into this question, and what we found will shock you. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pilled America, a storytelling show.
I love heritage and I love dependability, and you get all of that with K&H Home Solutions. This is a company that's been around more than 65 years. They started out as K&H Windows. The website's still khwindows.com. They have window siding, doors, and more. K&H has what you're looking for, and now they have K&H Painting Pros. You know it's hard to find good painters, so go to K&H Home Solutions. That's khwindows.com, 303-421-7100. You know, we talk a lot about attorneys, and we have a lot of experts. One of the experts we use for criminal defense, Joe Lazzara. Joseph A. Lazzara, Lazzara. LazzaraLegal.com, or you can find him at referralist.com. Now, here's the thing. If you're ever in trouble and you need a defense attorney, think Joe Lazzara, free initial consultations always, and then flat rate pricing depending on the offense. 303-429-6200. 429-6200.
Very nice.
All right.
Yeah.
Is Mark there or not?
I never know that because
I am always here.
No,
Okay.
you're not. Holy crap.
Love to hear that, Mark. Love to hear it. Okay. So how are all the bitses and hoes on my YouTube moron? Bits?
You're weirdly addicted to dopamine, aren't you?
Well, how do you know that?
Because you need constant support from the poor people that watch YouTube.
Yes. I love morons. I love my YouTube morons.
You need likes and licks and clicks.
I don't care about likes and licks and clicks. Well, the licks I like.
Shannon, how come you're not on YouTube today?
I don't know what that means. Oh, you mean typing stuff?
Yeah.
Typing.
That's pretty
You got
intermittent.
2 hands. You can type quite easily.
Well, one of them's busy right now.
Oh, I bet it is. He's got to come back for everything, doesn't he? One's busy right now.
Why isn't she coming over? I don't think she likes Bo.
Princess, no, she gave me the hours.
Hey, Bo, I'm going to turn these mics off. I want to ask you.
Cheap is what the house looks like. I want Rhino Shield to come and coat the house. Capiche?
Just spend with you. I work hard, you know?
Listen, I did the research. Rhino Shield comes with a 25-year warranty, so we'll never have to talk about this again. I already called them, Tom, and I got an estimate. It's cheaper than having those so-called cages of yours come out every few years and do whatever it is they do.
All right. Can I just eat in peace, please? Need your home painted again? Call Rhino Shield now.
What is it to get up there, comma, an hour and a half, hour and 40 minutes, question mark?
Yes. Do I have what? No, usually I get something for us and the boys. Why? What do you want? You want to do it now? Would you want to go pick up some food? Or would you rather I have it? I'll have it delivered. What do you want?
I could make it
What do you want?
around 3.
What do you feel like?
Ish.
Oh, I don't want to get that delivered, not delivered.
Can I use my car, Dolce? You want to drive my car, Sue Breeze?
I'll tell you what.
Joseph Quijano is a certified financial planner with over 4 decades of experience helping people make smart money moves. Join Joseph and his son Jordan on the Retirement and Income Show. Heard weekends right here. Call now for a free copy of Joseph Quijano's Retirement and Income Book. 844-315-SAFE. That's 844-315-SAFE. Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing. 303-761-6400.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right, Kenny's got a question on insurance, life insurance, I believe. He said he was contacted by his by a company who said his brother, is deceased, worked there, and he's a beneficiary. The company said he and another brother are beneficiaries, but unless they both agree, they won't disperse the funds. I don't understand that at all. Now, do we have Brad? Did you get Dan McKenzie, Kachina?
It's probably going to be after the top of the hour.
Okay, so what we may do then, Kenny, I'm going to get you an attorney, okay? So what we'll probably do right now is put this on hold and call you right back, okay? But I want to ask a couple questions, Kenny. Did you even bother to ask that brother about signing over his interests?
No, I did not, because this just came to my attention yesterday. At first, they sent him a couple of letters, and he flat out told them I will have nothing to do with it. So they said after so many attempts, we'll just write it off. That was the main claims examiner.
Now, but do you have any idea? Do you have any idea why? Do you have any idea why he doesn't want his share of the retirement account? I mean, my goodness. I mean, why is he independently wealthy? Do you know anything about him?
No, I do not, but I just know that's his personality.
And so, where is he in birth order along with you? I'm just curious about the dynamics here. We may try to reach out to him for you and just say, look, there's no reason to leave money on the table. You can have your half, or you can just sign it over to Kenny. What, do you think he'd tell us to go to hell?
You're more than welcome to try, but very likely, yes.
How old is this guy?
How
old is
Johnny,
this?
The one that passed away.
How old is this other brother? The one who's being
My younger brother, he would be 64. I'm 65. The one that passed away was 67. I'm the middle child.
Okay. So your brother, you wouldn't mind us taking a stab at calling your brother saying, look, we're not trying to force you to take the money, but why wouldn't you? Is it possible that there could be a couple $100,000 in that retirement account?
I had no idea they would not disclose any information to me at all, even though I fulfilled my part of the
But what I don't
obligation,
understand, and this is what we're going to ask Dan McKenzie, I don't understand why they withhold the whole thing. Did they give you an explanation for that? Why would they withhold the entire account if just one brother is refusing? If there's two people on the account, why don't they dole it out half to you and, if anything, keep the other half? Why wouldn't they do that?
That's a very good question.
Did you
Tom.
ask them?
Yes, I did. They said, unless we get disclosure, his birth certificate, which I can get from vital records, but unless we get him to sign it off, it goes in the back room and it sits there. These people, I've never seen such vague information when somebody passes away. It's like a rabbit hole you go down,
I know. That's because you guys, that's because you guys didn't communicate. Normal families would have more communication amongst themselves. And I think you guys never talked to any, the three of you were totally separated, or did you talk to your older brother?
No. The last time I saw him communicated was 1980.
And so
that's why I'm calling your show and hoping for some hope.
I'll tell you what we're going to do. This is our plan. We're going to first get our attorney on, Dan McKenzie. Then we're going to reach out to your brother. What the hell? I'll bet you among us, there's one who can get through to your brother. And just just like saying, look, man, we understand, family dynamics and all that. All we're trying to do is not let this money go to the state. So either take your half or sign it over to your other brother. Would you feel comfortable doing that, Bo? Bo, have you ever talked to people on touchy situations?
Yes, I got family. My family's good, but I've done similar situations. I'd be happy to call.
Yeah, first we're going to talk to the attorney. And then we'll reach out to your brother. You have his contact information, I assume, right, Kenny?
No, I don't, but Romeo Racino does for the pipe traders.
The pipe. Can you get it, do you think? Can you get your brother's
Southern
contact?
California pipe. Yes, he has it.
I know,
Yes,
but
he
I
has
need you to
on
get
his
it because
computer.
we don't have standing to ask some pipe fitters union to give us your brother's contact information. You do have standing. You're a brother. You can call and say, may I have information to get a hold of my brother so I can straighten this out? So why don't you do that for us? Because we're going to need it.
Okay.
Thank you very much. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, so stick around.
All right.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by True Green.
Yeah, we do have some rock scaling underway today. In fact, we had a closure for a short period of time at the Veteran Memorial Tunnels, which backed up traffic out of Idaho Springs, eastbound 70 and westbound coming down Floyd Hill. Not a real big delay. It's reopened now, so that should recover. We'll keep you posted when they do have a closure again. Southbound 25 coming into downtown, a little sluggish. We had a stall. Southbound at Bellevue, they've cleared that. That's looking better. 225 in from Parker, a little slow, and a little bit of traffic to the east on I-70 as well as Pena. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
We're back in the Miller's Yard, who now use True Green. Their lawn started looking like a fairway, and pro golfers started showing up. They love playing this lawn. Get a PGA Tour quality lawn for as little as $1 a day at TrueGreen.com. Exclusions apply. See TrueGreen.com for details.
You know, I at first thought, what kind of a service is this that helps you get a weekend trip or a 4-day trip or a 3-day trip or a 1-week trip to Istanbul, Turkey to get a hair transplant? Then I started looking into it. And the BAC clinic over in Istanbul, Turkey does the same exact hair transplants as you can get done here. Your hair starts growing the next day. And they do it for a fraction of the cost. You're not going to believe the savings. So if you add airfare and a couple nights at a hotel, you still are saving a ton of money and having fun at the same time. In fact, if I was going to do it, I'd take my wife. We'd go over there for a long weekend. Your hair starts growing the next day. You get your follow-up appointment. Then you come home. RecoverYourHair.com to find out more about this. RecoverYourHair.com. Hey, I have done now 2 Vestera turnkey investments. I'm doing it through my financial company or as an outside business interest of my financial company to get people involved. You can go through Barry Miller at Vestera Turnkey and become a landlord without the hassles and risks of the usual way. Why? They help you find a market where the growth is, they have great growth potential in equity, good rents, and a great area. They help you find the house to buy. Then they help you with a management company and everything in between, including home inspections, appraisals, everything. They hold your hand. Then they counsel you when to sell it. They've been showing 30 to 80% returns a year on investments, VesteraTurnkey.com. Or you can just call them directly, 303-888-3788, 888-3788.
Yep.
This shooting is bad.
What, Mark?
The shooting at FSU is bad.
What happened? Is it right now?
Yeah, there's at least 5 dead, 4 injured, 2 shooters, 1 dead, 1 in custody.
Well, give us an update, man. I didn't even know about it. Okay.
Total active. I mean, it's a total active scene. I mean, there could be a lot more dead.
Right.
2 shooters is nuts.
Yeah, because you have to have 2 nuts at the same time. Beating
Yeah,
each
that's
other.
the last time I remember that's Klebold and Harris.
Yeah. Well, there was was that the last one though? Wasn't there a father and son team that were shooting in Washington somewhere?
They were sniping.
Now that's
sniping.
Love.
I don't remember that.
There's also the
there was,
sort of couple at the STEM school.
Yep, that's right.
The STEM school was Addie was on that jury.
So she would know there was 2 shooters.
Did she like the jury duty?
Actually, 1 shooter.
Is that what got her interested in law, Mark?
Prior to that, she actually was in the DA's office on a summer. And then prior to that, she was in State Patrol Youth Academy. So not really, but it definitely propelled her.
Serving all of those papers for you probably piqued her interest.
Yeah.
And then Caplis hired her. She was on the jury for the criminal. Then Caplis took on the case against the STEM school because they're a bunch of idiots running the place. And that's when she started working for Caplis.
Yeah.
How are they idiots?
Oh.
They didn't have any of the doors locked. They didn't have protocols in place. And they knew these two kids were fucked up, to say the least.
Huge settlement.
They were like transgender or something.
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, it makes you
Oh,
crazy.
gee, I don't know. That's almost like most of them.
Kind of makes you crazy.
I'm going to get canceled for that, but anytime I see crazy people walking around with I hate Elon or Trump signs, they always have green hair and look very strange.
No, pink.
And
it's amazing. None of them look like they have fucking jobs. It's crazy.
no, we've kind of created that.
And by the way, this is Tom Martino, not Mark.
Hey, don't knock that tranny thing. Come on your own tits, that'd be great. Oakley Doakley, coming back.
He hasn't moved.
That's okay, don't. Oh, he's wiggling. I saw him wiggle. We think Doc is still alive. Stand by.
Hello, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. What's going on in your life? What can we do to help you? All you have to do is call. Now, we're awaiting our expert on wills and probate and all of that to find out what do you do when you're a beneficiary and the other beneficiary doesn't want to comply, so the place says we're keeping the whole retirement account. So eventually I think it goes to escheat funds. I'm not really sure, but that's what we're going to ask our expert. All right. I'm asking people.
Did you see?
Yes, Mark. Oh,
did
go
you
ahead.
see what the insurance company sent over to that guy we had on first hour? I talked to him a couple weeks ago, and it was basically verbatim. You and I had the same conversation with him. He only had $25,000 in insurance. He caused an accident. He's got over $1 million in assets. If you look at the questions, this insurance company is asking him to answer. It is absolutely insane. Anybody in their right mind. He basically agrees to 100% at fault, and he knows he caused serious damages to her.
All right,
it's
here's
crazy.
The affidavit. Here's the affidavit. Affidavit of Danny so-and-so, liability insurance coverage. This affidavit is provided under oath and penalty of perjury. So they're asking him to sign one or all of them, Mark. Do you know? I think
well,
they're asking,
it looks like you actually put a checkbox next to him. But listen to this. I am aware that as a result of this accident, blah, blah, alleges she suffered serious injuries and has made claims against me.
Okay, now, here's the deal. And it also says at the time, these are things they want him to agree to. First, who he is and where he lives, and that he was involved in an accident on this date. Okay, then they want him to agree to, at the time of the accident, I was driving this car, they name it, and I was the owner of. Okay, so two of those, they're not bad. They can prove those. The third one, I am aware as a result of the accident that this woman had all of these major injuries, and I understand my signature on this document does not constitute an admission nor agreement that I was at fault. Okay, it's just asking you to acknowledge she had serious injury. I wouldn't do that. Then they're saying at the time of the accident, there was an automobile insurance policy from State Farm and it said was $25,000 per person, $50,000 per accident. I understand that this means that the most can be paid to one person is $25,000. Well, Actually, Mark, it isn't as terrible. You know, some of it is. It says, and then I, Danny, so-and-so.
I think I'd never sign this.
I'm not telling him to sign it, but I'm telling you all of these statements, every one of them is going to be able to be easily stated and proved in the courts. They're just asking him to do it so they don't have to go through it. But you're right. I wouldn't sign it either. You never do anything voluntarily. Then it says, I, Danny, had no other automobile or liability insurance, umbrella, whatever. And then it says there are no relatives in my household who has any liability insurance coverages, blah, blah, blah. Because what they're trying to do is find where they can get more money. And then it says there are no other liability insurance policies, blah, blah, blah. My driving at the time was not undertaken for the benefit of any person, because they want to know, was he working for anyone? Then it says, I understand that this information being supplied can be relied on by so-and-so and her attorney. So basically it says, and that her injuries, I understand they were serious injuries, blah, blah, blah. What they're asking this guy, and then it says, and then it says, I understand this decision will be in part based on my representation that this is the only insurance available. They want to make sure there's nothing else to get insurance-wise. Will they sue him personally?
Yeah, but then they go into personal property, real estate, automobiles, cash in the bank.
They're going to come after him, no doubt. Deputy D, what were you going to say?
Why would he? I guess all I'm saying is, why would anybody in their right mind volunteer this information?
Her attorney's asking her to volunteer this.
There's zero chance he should return that to the attorney. Never. Don't do.
I'm just saying some of them are basic declarations. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's meant to mislead him into a sense of comfort with this affidavit. But the only reason the opposing attorney sent him this affidavit is because this affidavit is going to be used to bolster the plaintiff's case.
Of course it is.
The only reason.
So, listen, this man is going to be sued for everything he has. Trust me when I tell you that.
He needs to make an investment in a defense attorney right now.
Right. And
I think Marco Bendinelli's the one.
Well, let's either get Bendinelli or Lazara on along with him. I thought I had asked that, Kelly, if we can try to get them on sometime. I would say this century would be good.
I don't think this is a Lazara. I don't think this is in Lazara's wheelhouse.
Well, I
could be wrong.
I do. I'll tell you why, Mark, because he actually has done some personal injury as well. So let's ask both. But Kelly, if you could, again, I'd settle for sometime this year. We get him on the show. It would be good. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Well done.
Can you ask him what he wants me to do?
Yeah.
No, you ask him.
I guess I didn't make it clear enough, right? I want Marco Bendinelli or I want Joe Lazara to talk about that. And I also want Dan McKenzie to talk about the other case.
Is unavailable today. I'm working on Dan McKenzie to get back with Kenny.
Thank you. Now,
and Marco?
What was the question for McKenzie?
Polo.
Oh, the guy who's
insurance.
Yeah.
Kenny.
Beneficiaries, right. Okay.
Maybe
Do you guys have any
say it
follow-up?
louder, Tom.
Mm-hmm.
What's that?
Just say it louder next time.
Shut up. How about that? Is that a good one? I'm in the mood.
Shut
I'm in
up.
a mood today, Shannon. I'm in a mood, baby.
Sorry, I was on the phone.
Sure you were.
You know what?
Personal calls after the show.
I cannot tell you
Wasn't a personal call.
all of my texts. All of my texts.
Tom said it was.
I can't believe how many texts I get about Trump.
Yeah, all from the same guy.
No, not all of them. But a good number of them, though.
Oh, right.
I cannot believe we're going to get 3.5 feet of snow Saturday.
No, they said 2 inches in Denver.
It's still snowing.
Well, you haven't seen the updated forecast.
I'm going to look this up.
Let's look it up. I think Mark is all Fantasy Island. It's Mark's Fantasy Island.
Says right here, 46 inches of snow.
Yeah, right.
in the blizzard of 1913. It brought the city to a standstill. So in your face, Martino.
That was when Doc was in college.
No, that's residency.
Oh, he moved. Okay, good.
2 inches.
Just 2 inches.
Tomorrow.
2 inches.
2 inches, Major.
Well, see, but Mark has talked.
Is that what she told you?
Mark has talked everyone into thinking 2 inches was 2 feet.
Right.
Mark has on his underwear that says items may appear bigger than they actually are.
Oh, you're so funny.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
We need a better one. We need another line.
Let's call him up. Let's call Drew up and get that.
That's a pretty hard one to beat, man.
You know, I used to say I come unglued. Man, I'd come unglued about that. And then I shortened it to, never mind, I don't want to say it. Because then I realized I was listening to a podcast one day, my podcast, and it says, I'd come all over that. And I meant I'd come unglued over that.
What?
How many days? Oh, fuck. I'm so riddled with anxiety at this point. We got to get food.
Like I said, if you guys order it, I'll go pick it.
No. I'm gonna look. I'll get this done. Let me look here. I got to go to my right window here. I can't use like real business people here.
John's close to here.
We'll see. I'll see.
Domino's is real close to here.
No, I don't think we're gonna have pizza again. She can't have it. She's just like. Now I got to ask her what she wants there. She didn't say.
Party packs.
I got to ask her. So what do you want? What do you want from Jimmy John's?
It's only 3 miles away.
Wait, but they don't come here.
Yeah, but Tom, I'll go get it.
No, I don't want you to do that. But I'll see.
Yeah, I'm happy.
Let me just see if.
Wants it.
Yeah, but let me just see if these guys will go there, because I know that there was something about them not doing it because they have their own and they won't cooperate. They won't pay the discount. Yep, they won't do it.
I guess I deserve that.
Nope, Jimmy John's do not participate.
Take your politics with you.
So I'll go to Jimmy John's and just directly and see if I can have a pickup. Reorder? Fuck no. When did we order there? Start an order. Well, they say deliver, so I'm going to put down and see what they say, but they'll say no. Yeah, nope. Okay, pickup. Switch to pickup. So where's the one what store are you looking at? South Colorado?
Yeah, I believe so. It's 3 minutes away.
The ones they're showing here, I don't know. Do you know the actual one? I mean, I can't tell looking at this one.
Oh shoot, that's the doggone reviews.
Yeah, see, I can't even get this thing to the map.
He's actually gone to break today.
Come on, man.
On time?
No.
No, yeah.
But I mean, well, I still did.
I think yesterday we came back at
3301.
Oh God, it was hilarious
Nah, that's way far away.
yesterday.
We're not going to do a pickup. We're not doing a pickup. There's no, I knew there wasn't one close, but there's a Subway literally right across.
You used to get all those salads from there.
Subway is literally right about 50 feet away from the gate, from the side gate. It's across. Okay, if you go out our gate and go left,
right,
then you take a left on Wabash. It's right there in that plaza.
Guys, call any order, I'll get it.
Subway. It's right here. I mean, but I'm wondering if they'll. Let me just see if they'll deliver since. If it's called Subway.
Above average.
And it's right here.
Obviously,
Subway.
there's stuff going on there, but I am dying
Subways.
to talk to her about Coachella.
Ham radio that's located.
All of our regular people that we have on, all the ABC people, and we're gonna go. All right, it's
Yeah, I thought so too. It's called ham radio.
Who is it?
That's where I bought my ham radio.
And so I told these people, I go, she's at Coachella, and I look out, oh my God. And just to tell you a little backstory, she goes through about a half a bottle of hand sanitizer in the studio.
Yeah.
How are
10
you
seconds,
dealing
guys.
with that freaking
They're not.
Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. This is the Troubleshooter Show where we're solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints, and making your life just a little easier. And on the table today, we have a number of different topics that are very interesting. First, we're asking people for their passion, their pastime. What do they do? What do they love doing? And how is it as a value to them? And we had one, we started off with rocket launching. The setup is about $200 and then about $40 per rocket for the 2-foot rocket. And then Deputy Doc said he likes playing poker. Now, I've had a lot of other people talking about their passion by text, and I'm going to it right now. One said that they love traveling in their camper van, biking and hiking. Some people say they love mountain biking now that there are e-bikes because they get the assistance they need. Then someone said they enjoy picking up trash, and that brought up a topic. So I don't want to get too specific because he probably listens to my show, but yeah, I'm just going to say it. There's a very wonderful man in our neighborhood who is literally out in the alley, the trash alley, you know, in the garage alley. A lot of these Denver homes have alleys behind them. And where we are, we have this set up where in the back are the trash cans in the alley, along with your garage entrances, and the front faces the street. And I swear to God, he is out there 80% of the time that we look. And what he's doing is he's walking up and down, straightening out the trash cans, closing the lids, taking recyclables out of one, putting it in the recyclables, and then taking the compost out, and he's sorting the trash. Now, I thought, well, he's sorting the trash, you know, a one-time thing. Then I see it again and again, and I go out there at 9 o'clock in the evening to empty a trash thing, and I see him out there with a flashlight doing the same thing. It got to be almost a joke with my wife and I. He's out there doing the trash again. And I started looking it up. There is actually a condition, and I think it comes from the Spanish word basophobia. And baso is trash, right? I think it is. It's trash. Anyway, it's fear of, I don't know, it's an impulsive condition about trash, sorting trash. It's part of an OCD condition. And it gives people the need to sort and make their trash acceptable. because they fear disorganization of trash. It kind of freaks them out.
Hey, I can get him a job at a recycling company. If
Well, you're in the recycling business.
There are plenty of people whose job it is.
I've often wondered when it comes to recycling. Anyway, I joke about the guy, but I have looked, and it's amazing what people put in recycling that they think are going to be like an old toaster. Is that recyclable?
No. An old toaster, no.
Then what happens? What happens with a recycle bin? Because I'm going to venture to say 80% of everything they collect is non-recyclable. What would you think? You're in the business.
Yeah, I think Denver does publish those statistics, and from what I've observed, is about 30 to 40% is going to be garbage. However,
and do they take it out? Do we still get the benefit of recycling for the little stuff that's in there that really is recyclable?
A few of the things. So number 1 and number 2 plastics really are recovered and recycled.
But what I'm asking you is, does the trash ever get so mixed and so complicated they throw the whole bin away?
Oh, you mean recycling, not trash? Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's why there's such a huge rejection rate at recycling plants.
So they don't empty my recycle bin and take the stuff out that's bad and keep the stuff that's recyclable in.
That's correct. It's a much more of a broad swipe. So all that stuff gets mixed up in the truck. The truck dumps onto a ginormous conveyor belt.
Yeah.
And so when the people along this conveyor belt see a bunch of garbage mixed into the recyclables, they're not going to pick stuff out.
They just throw it out.
Push that entire section off the conveyor into a waste.
Even if there's a few plastic bottles they can pick out?
Yeah, because it makes absolutely no economic sense to go through it and pick out the
So on that conveyor belt, they pick out just the obvious recyclables that are pretty isolated.
Well, what they pick out is the contamination from the section of the conveyor belt that has very little contamination. So they'll pick out that
What's the contamination? Stuff that's not recyclable.
Yeah, so like that toaster you mentioned or the styrofoam.
Yeah, styrofoam, by the way. I actually got a big note with a big magic marker. They marked on my recyclable lid, no styrofoam.
I read it. Yeah, I saw it.
You did see it.
Yes.
Yes, I'm telling the truth. Why? Because I used to get Amazon, and I get Amazon, and they have a lot of styrofoam. I break it up and put it in the recyclable. I thought styrofoam recyclable. No?
Well, technically, almost everything is recyclable, but styrofoam is not recycled here in Denver or any other curbside program I'm aware of because it's so uneconomical. There is a place in Colorado Springs that manufactures styrofoam, and they will accept your styrofoam for recycling, but you have to drive it over there to them. Does that answer the question?
Yeah.
So the best thing that people who really care about recycling, the best thing for them to do is just make sure don't throw things that don't get too optimistic. Don't throw the styrofoam. Don't throw in the toaster. Don't throw in like the yogurt tubs and stuff like that, hoping they'll be recycled, because what's going to happen is you're going to contaminate a bunch of other actual recyclable stuff, and it will all get thrown away.
Hey, if you take out the, if you take out the greenness of it, is there any economic reason to recycle plastic? Is there truly one?
Yeah, the two plastics I mentioned, number 1 and number 2, the recycling company might get a nickel, maybe a dime a pound. Aluminum cans are worth about $1 a pound. Tin cans.
What Mark is asking is it economically feasible to use recycled materials as opposed to fresh plastics? In other words, do companies save by using recyclable materials?
Oh, you mean the manufacturers?
Yeah.
I thought he was asking about whether or not recycling companies make money.
What I'm saying is, I don't. Were you asking if recycling people make money, Mark, or if it's economically feasible to reuse that recyclable stuff in manufacturing?
Yeah, if you take out the, we don't want to kill the dolphins and all that stuff, isn't it cheaper just to use or make plastic compared to recycling it, then make plastic out of it?
Well, with the exception of number 1 and number 2, you're absolutely correct. Number 1 would be like your soda bottles, your water bottles. Number 2,
way less energy to recycle and use it than to do fresh.
Just with those two.
Yeah.
Right? Now, where my company makes money is we specialize in cardboard recycling. That is very profitable.
How is that recycled? Is that broken down and shredded or what?
Yeah, it goes to, so it gets, the cardboard gets baled up. We pick it up. We ship it off to paper mills.
And what is actually done with that? Is it melted or something? not melted,
the
but
cardboard goes into a giant machine called a hydropulper. It's like a huge 3-story tall blender.
and it chops
filled with
it up.
hot water, and it's got blades just like a blender. They add chemicals to de-ink it. They add chemicals to remove the glue. And basically, you end up with a slurry of hot water and fiber. Right? And so it's extremely economical to make cardboard out of cardboard as opposed to
cardboard out of fresh materials, right?
Yeah, it's called wood pulp, right? So cardboard,
and it literally saves trees.
Well, yeah, it's not the trees you're thinking of. Like they don't chop down the redwoods to make cardboard boxes.
No, I understand.
They're more like bushes.
But it does save.
It absolutely does. Cardboard is absolutely legitimate. Aluminum cans and tin cans, that's absolutely an economically legitimate thing to recycle.
And plastics, 2 plastics.
Yeah, 2 plastics, but you know,
but not sheet plastic.
No, like the stretch wrap, that kind of stuff. So there's only one other type of plastic actually that is very recyclable, and it's stretch wrap. Now, we consumers don't generate it, but if you've seen
like big
pallets
boats or big boats that they put up for the winter.
Not that.
Oh, I thought you were
when they ship pallet loads of goods, they're wrapped in this.
No, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
It's saran wrap.
Well, no, it's actually technically called stretch wrap, and we send that off to a company called Trex, and they make plastic lumber out of it. Wow. And that's actually pretty valuable stuff. That's another dime to 20 cents a pound.
Now, I do have Dan McKenzie on. I'm going to take a break. I want to give Dan plenty of time. He is our estate planning attorney expert, and this is a very odd question, but it's a good one. What happens when you're a beneficiary on something and the other beneficiary is not cooperating? So they say the hell with both of you. We'll talk about that and more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. 303-713-8255.
Welcome to Careva. Long-term care radio. Heard weekends right here with Carl Muehlmeyer.
There is a 91% chance that either you or your spouse will need care. This is truly an epidemic in our country. Nobody is prepared for it. Nobody's talking about it except on Careva Radio.
Call right now for a free long-term care survival kit. Again, it's completely free. 970-872-PLAN. That's 970-872-PLAN.
Gravina's has such a large selection of windows. You're not forced to take one. They'll find one best for your application. That's because Gravina's has 50 lines of windows, multiple lines of siding and doors. They believe in choice. They also believe in heritage because guess why? The dad started it years and years ago. Larry took over, and then his son Nick. It is a family tradition. The Gravinas on 950 West Evans. These are the Gravinas that have the biggest selection of windows, siding, doors, and they will help you to pick the right selection. Gravinas, here's how you get in touch with them. It's easy. 303-GRAVINA, Gravina, 303-GRAVINA, or gravinas.com. All right. Sheridan Auto Tech. I can't say enough about them. They have everything you want in an auto repair facility. First of all, the heritage and longevity, the knowledge, the expertise and know-how, honesty, integrity, value, and convenience. Wow. SheridanAutotech.com. You've said it all when you say Sheridan. And they even do electrical repairs. Check them out, SheridanAutotech.com, or give them a call, 303-455-7242.
Be so kind as to wait after the question about the estate. This other gentleman would like to speak with you. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
That's a good theme to have. I still haven't gone over there. I just can't. Okay, actually, they will deliver Subway because they're right across the street. So I'm going to order. I'm doing my daughter's first because she's a pain in the ass.
It's a downgrade from sushi, so that was good.
Ten seconds, guys.
Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I'm going to bring up Dan McKenzie right now, McKenzie Law, coplans.co. He does estate planning, probate. If you're facing probate, avoiding probate, if you're looking to probate, to avoid wills, simple wills, complicated wills, trusts, and other creative means to deal with your estate and estate planning. 833-CO-PLANS. Now, Dan, this is an odd one. So there are 3 brothers. They're all estranged from each other. One of them dies. He was working for a company and had a retirement plan, and he left his 2 other estranged brothers as beneficiaries. The company in California contacts the beneficiaries and says, we need this much information to establish who you are. Larry, no, wait, excuse me, it's Kenny, right? Kenny, who's here, Kenny complies. And Kenny answers all of the questions and establishes that he is indeed one of the beneficiaries. The other brother says, F you, I want nothing to do with this, and won't answer any questions. So Kenny says, I want my share of the retirement plan. And the California company says, au contraire, we're not paying you a dime. And unless both of you comply, it's going nowhere. What do you think about that, Dan McKenzie?
Huh. I mean, it doesn't sound right. I mean, it's they're 2 independent people. They have 2 separate shares. Usually what happens is a retirement account, a inherited retirement account gets set up for each of the participants. They each get their money separately, and they do what they want with it. I mean, I don't know why one would be tied to the other.
Larry, did they give you a reason? Did you actually get a reason?
Kenny.
I'm not Larry. Not Larry. I'm sorry. It's Kenny. Larry has another question. Kenny is the one from the estate. Go ahead, Kenny. Sorry for the confusion.
Yes, I just got a call from Romeo Racino. I got my brother's phone number. He said he needs his address, date of birth, SS number, which is no way he's going to give out that.
But Kenny.
And to comply.
Kenny.
But he already told them to go.
Did they say why?
Where. So.
Did they say why they would not give you your half of the account?
Yes, they have a procedure they have to follow.
And they said unless both heirs comply, what did they say they would do with the money?
It's going to go in the back office in some wherever storage area, and that'll be the end of it until they get their information.
I think you need to hire an attorney.
I mean, probably in California, that's where the company is located.
You know, when I don't know the amount, hiring an attorney is just, you know.
Well,
I did everything to comply with them. They told me when I complied, they were giving me the information, and they turned around the next letter after saying the amount is being calculated. Turned around the next day, I get a letter saying, affidavit, we need your brother's information, we need his birth certificate. I supplied my birth certificate, my brother's birth certificate, my brother's death certificate, all information the original conversation was about.
Kenny,
and then he went ahead and added a whole other rabbit hole.
I get it. You don't have information on your other brother, and I don't know why they need that information to distribute your part of the retirement account. And I think it's horse crap. And I think you need to hire an attorney to write them a letter. Can you think of any circumstance, Dan, where co-beneficiaries are held to each other?
I can't. The only thing I can think of is if he said something like to my brothers and like they're not sure who that includes and they're trying to confirm that or something vaguer than naming them. I mean, if you name them by name and said these are my brothers and they're the beneficiaries, I don't, but I mean, the thing to understand is this is a contract that your deceased brother had with them. And so like seeing that document, like whatever their governing document is, would be kind of a first step.
Kenny, I have a question. Was there an estate opened for your brother, a probate proceeding or anything? Did he have a will and did he name any personal representatives? Any of that?
That's kind of funny you say that because when he went to the hospice on his final days, of course, he only happened to mention my younger brother's name, probably because he was sick or, not feeling very well. And they said because he only mentioned his name, that's all that person has to contact him. I cannot do anything.
Was a probate opened? Did your younger brother open a probate? It seems like if he didn't want anything to do with the retirement funds, he's not going to open a probate.
No, he did not.
Does your brother have anything other than the retirement account, the one that's deceased? Did he have a home? Did he have automobiles?
I have no idea.
Kenny,
you
understand that if the younger brother, it doesn't matter if the younger brother was mentioned or not, you have a right now, if no one else did it, to open up probate. See, here's what I would do if I were you. I can't force you. Here's what I would do. If I had this exact same situation, I would hire an attorney licensed in California to open up a probate. And then I would proceed in that same action to have that attorney contact the California company and make a demand for the proceeds from the beneficiary. I would argue should go to you. Your part should go to you. I would then reach out to the other brother and say, look, you're welcome to have your part of this estate. Now, Dan McKenzie, is that bad advice I gave?
No, I think it's probably. I mean, if they just won't play ball, then it's probably at the end of the day there is going to be some sort of court activity, and the probate case probably is the way to the platform on which to do that. So yeah, unfortunately, California is kind of notorious for having a little bit of a difficult probate process, but so hopefully it is an amount of money that makes it
How would he
worthwhile.
go about to find an attorney in that area for Is there any kind of an association he can look to?
This sounds very generic, but it actually is a group of attorneys that takes this pretty seriously. If you go to estateplanning.com, there is just a search function right on that page, and it does provide attorneys by location, and they are usually specialists in estate administration and planning.
Kenny, there's got to be at least $100,000 in that retirement account, I would say. I don't know how long did he work there?
I guess he retired from there, so I'm going to assume a good 20 years.
Look, there's probably more. But what I'm saying is, if I were you, I would go to estate planning. Is it estateplanning.org? Is that what you said, Dan? .org?
No, .com.
.com. Estateplanning.com. Go there, Kenny. Get an attorney in that area and just explain the situation and open a probate and get this damn thing done. You have all of your deceased brothers' information. You have the death certificate. You have enough to do this. I hope that's enough. I don't know what else to tell you, but that's where I'd start. And then have him, that attorney or her in California, reach out to that company, because that attorney will know how to recover your share of the account where you're a beneficiary. All right, now let me try to squeeze Larry in here. Larry, what is your question for Dan McKenzie? Welcome to the show.
Thanks, Tom. Real quick question. My father-in-law passed a year ago, January. My wife and her sister acquired a house under a joint tenancy. My sister has there's no desire to keep the house on my sister's side, but there's a desire on my wife to keep the house. So we wanted to buy out my sister-in-law's half of the house in joint tenancy, and we cannot come to an agreement as of this time. Is there anything I need to be aware of? She made a mention in a text that she will unilaterally put the house up on the market.
Well,
is that allowed under a joint tenancy?
Well, a joint tenancy is where they own it equally and simultaneously, so they don't have a divide. I don't believe they have a divided interest, or maybe they do. Am I getting the joint tenancy wrong, Dan?
No, it is one interest. I don't think it even matters. I mean, a title company, of course, is going to require all owners to sign any title transfer to sell the house. But what can happen is the person who wants to force the sale can bring a partition action in court and say, "Look, court, we co-own this property. We can't agree, and I want you to order the house to be sold." So the person who wants to sell does have that possibility.
One thing I do know: whenever there is a dispute with an LLC, a partnership, joint tenancy, joint ownership, the rules of the state, where it's we're talking Colorado here, caller?
Nope, we're talking New Jersey.
Okay, then the partnership laws of the state of New Jersey, where it is not already agreed to in an operating agreement or in a separate agreement, then the partnership laws prevail. And almost every state is like that. So, for example, if I had a dispute with one of my co-owners of an LLC, and we did not address what to do with that dispute or how to do it or how to dissolve it or anything, then you would go to the state partnership statutes and follow their procedures, which would dictate the sale of the property and how it's done properly. Again, since there is no written agreement, they inherited this. But here's the thing. You got to understand something. Shared ownership only comes in two flavors, okay? And did it actually say, I mean, how did you know their joint tenancy?
Well, it was all discussed prior to passing, and the house is a Jersey Shore house. It was both my wife's parents' house for the last 30 years. My father-in-law made it very clear that he wanted to pass it down through the family, wanted both my wife and my sister-in-law to have the house, and made stipulations with bank accounts and everything to pay for taxes. Now, my sister-in-law.
Tell me what your sister-in-law wants. What is her main beef? What does she want?
She wants cash by June.
Well, she wants how much cash?
$750,000.
What is half of the house worth that?
She thinks so. I don't think so.
Do you want to keep the house or do you want to sell it? Let me ask you. Does she want to? I'm asking.
No,
do you want to sell the house?
We want to keep the house.
Do you want to keep it?
No.
Okay. Then what's the big beef? You don't have to give her a dime. Put it up for sale. You both agree you want to sell it, right?
Well, no, we don't. No. We want to keep the house. We do not want to sell it. She wants to sell it.
And what do you want to do with the house?
Keep it in the family.
Well, what does that mean? I mean, do you want to live in it? What do you want to do? Do you want to look at it? What do you want to do with the house?
Eventually, my wife and I will be leaving Colorado and moving back to New Jersey. So, yes, we want to keep it for retirement, which is
all right.
2 years away.
Then you're going to have to come to an agreement or it's going to be sold. Because if
that happens, he can make the offer, right? I mean, if the court forces the partition, he can still make the offer. Either way, you should get an appraisal because if you're going to keep it, you want to make sure you preserve a record of what the value was for the step up in basis.
Exactly. So here's how much is the house? How much is the house really worth right now?
I believe the house is worth 1.3. With some maintenance issues that need to be taken care of.
Okay.
Look, she thinks it's worth 1.5.
How about getting an appraisal? How about getting 3 appraisals and throw out the top and the bottom and keep the middle? What about that? Is she willing to work with you at all?
We got to take a break, buddy.
I put out 3 different proposals to her.
Okay, hold on. I'll come right back to you. I'm Tom Martino.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Yeah, we did get hit with a crash on the east side of I-70 eastbound. It's in between Havana and Peoria. Looks like left 2 lanes are blocked up. Emergency equipment there, and it is really starting to stack up. Push right if you're heading that way, and definitely add a little extra time. 270 is running slightly slow out of Commerce City. You do have some slowing into downtown. Now, both directions, actually, between Broadway and I-70 are fairly sluggish. Tech Center Drive looks pretty good. We'll find a little bit of construction out to the east side, also eastbound 70, just approaching the E470 interchange. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
What's an American? It sounds like an easy question to answer, but it's not so simple. This week on Red Pilled America, we take a deep dive into this question, and what we found will shock you. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pilled America, a storytelling show.
You've heard me say window, siding, doors, and more. K&H has what you're looking for, and they certainly do. They can do everything on the outside of your house, and now even painting with K&H Painting Pros. So you have a 65-year-old company now offering a new service. They have the heritage to back it up. So if you're looking for dependable painters or you want window, siding, doors, and more, check out K&H Windows. That's khwindows.com, khwindows.com, or give them a call, 303-421-7100. By now, you've heard that I have partnered with American Financing. Now, American Financing, a huge mortgage company, and they're born right here in Colorado. What they're doing is they're making an effort to get people out of high interest debt, because right now you've never had more division between what home equity loans are and credit cards. Credit cards are as high as 30%. They're designed to keep you in debt for 20 years or more if you make minimum payments. No matter what, it is a stumbling block to establishing wealth. If you want to start your journey, if you came to me as a financial advisor, I would advise you first get a small emergency fund and then get rid of high interest debt. And American Financing is making that come true. You can accomplish the goal with a home equity loan, or you can refi your entire shooting match if you need to, because it may turn out to be better in your entire blended rate. Find out more free of charge, no obligation, 303-695-7000, AmericanFinancing.net.
NMLS 1.
How much time do I have?
3.5.
Thank you.
You even have the fan on? Killing me.
I've just left it on because it's hot in here.
God, it feels wonderful.
Yeah, you're wrong.
I'm not. I am so not. I'd put my coat on right now if we were in normal circumstances.
That means you're not normal.
Well, Brandy wrote the lyric, which I thought was an amazing lyric. I found it very easy to write to it because it's just such a great lyric. It starts off slowly and then it builds to crescendo with a chorus, and it was so much fun to write. And it was, you know, as soon as we wrote this, we knew this was going to be the start of the song of the album.
Hey, Thomas. Hey, Dragon.
10 seconds, buddy.
Yeah,
Are you
Mark.
leaving?
Yeah.
6400.
Got some?
630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. Okay, so we've had Dan McKenzie on answering some questions, coplans.co. Larry has a question for Dan. Larry, go ahead. What's going on, Larry?
Well, we were talking about the joint tenancy, Tom.
Yes, and what you need to do on the joint tenancy, because, okay, here's the deal. If you guys can't come to an agreement, Dan McKenzie will tell you what's going to happen. The courts will do what, Dan? If it's brought to court, they'll go to partnership law. What would most likely result?
No, she would. She could file a partition action, which she should not want to do. I mean, obviously that could be litigation-like and get pretty expensive pretty quickly. So she really should not want to do that and should be amenable to making some sort of arrangement. I agree with Tom. I mean, get one appraisal and send it to her and say, here's what we got. You want to get one? Go ahead and see how they come in. And maybe there's agreement. But, I mean, there's no scenario where there's no appraisal.
Has she agreed to an Larry?
There's going to be an appraisal.
Are you guys on talking terms?
Yes.
Okay.
We're in talking terms, but she's very passive aggressive.
But will she agree to an appraisal or two?
I think so. I think that's the next step. Is we need to go.
I think what I would do. I think what I would do is, since it's the wife, your wife, and her who are really the owners, they need to agree to hire an appraiser, or you each get an appraisal and you go in the middle. But Larry, you don't know what that house is worth. She doesn't know what that house is worth. She's going by gut. You're going by gut. And as Dan McKenzie just said, there is no scenario, none, where you don't get an appraisal. You can tell your sister, look, if you sue us, the first thing the judge is going to order is an appraisal. I mean, so what good is that? Why are we wasting money? So that's what I would do, Larry. Thank you. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. As we said, Dan McKenzie, 833-CO plans if you ever need them. Now, Joy, what's going on with your orthodontist?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi. Yes, so my kids, they've been seeing Dr. Lawson at New Early Orthodontics, NEO.
Yes.
I actually heard about him on your show, and they've been with him for a while now. But anyhow, he basically, with no notice, just closed his practice.
Yeah.
And both my kids have paid in full contracts, and one of my son is in braces with him, and they just closed. And
Joy,
so
I heard about that. I heard about that. How long ago did that happen?
Him closing?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's been a couple months now. Neo had sent out an email referring a new orthodontist, although that new orthodontist did not buy the practice. Therefore, if my son wants to be his patient, we have to pay again.
Let me explain to you. First of all, I believe they filed for bankruptcy. I know that Dr. Lawson has had some health problems. I don't want to get too specific. I think this whole thing was unplanned. And I think here's the biggest problem you're going to have with New Early Orthodontics, NEO, is that there aren't many dentists who buy that whole program. You know, they all do this massive correction. Now, I'm telling you something. Dr. Lawson, in my opinion, was a genius. And he did wonderful work. But I tell you, I think you're going to have a problem finding another dentist that even knows the program. Have you been able to find one that knows the program?
I mean, I guess no. In fact, my son is in braces right now, and part of the problem is that he
Well,
had an appointment to go get an adjustment,
braces,
and then
when you say braces, are you talking about their form of braces or conventional braces?
conventional through Dr. Lawson.
Well, that's good. Then anyone can take that case over. But the money you paid in,
Correct.
you need to put in a claim with the bankruptcy court.
All right, we're got to take a break.
I got to take this break. Hold on.
The contract.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
A major accident over on the east end of town, I-70 eastbound at Peoria Street. We've got two left lanes blocked for stop and go traffic back from I-270, adding about 10 minutes to your commute.
I have no
Police
idea.
and crews on site seeing some major slowdowns around this one.
No,
Otherwise, fairly standard
but
drive throughout the Denver Metro
something
today.
weird
I-25 northbound, some brief slowdowns between Alameda and Colfax into downtown. No complaints I-25 southbound through the metro area. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
What's an American? It sounds like an easy question to answer, but it's not so simple. This week on Red Pilled America, we take a deep dive into this question, and what we found will shock you. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pilled America, a storytelling show.
All right. If you're looking for answers and you've had an injury accident, call John Fuller. In fact, his website is callfuller.com. Now, I'm going to give you the phone number. Why would you call him? First of all, he's one of the only attorneys that I know who will talk to you with no need to hire him. You don't have to go through a call center or a committee. You call that firm and talk to him directly. Ask your questions. He'll come up with a plan. He'll tell you what to do next. If you decide to hire him, it's on a percentage fee basis. John Fuller, 303-597-4500. Call for your answers. And for what your case is worth, 303-597-4500. Vestera Turnkey is the program where you can invest in a rental property with the guidance of Vestera Turnkey. They show you where to buy, when to buy, the management company to use. They handhold through everything. They arrange the loans, and then they help you sell. They have been showing fantastic returns for their participants, 30 to 80% a year, depending on the area. And you know what? They take the conventional risks and hassles out of it. And I have partnered with them with Wave 8 Wealth Management as an outside business interest. We have been doing these LLCs for people who don't want to do the whole investment on their own. And we also have a way for you to use your retirement money. So no matter what you want, call Vestera Turnkey and have them talk to you about this incredible program. 303-888-3788, mybiggestreturn.com.
Regen Revolution.
Man, I have been unable to goddamn get this program every time I do it. Now I got to keep going. Where do I continue shopping? Okay. What do you guys want? Anybody want anything?
The Philly, if they have the cheesesteak or.
Well, the other thing that might
don't
be an
have a Philly
option
cheesesteak.
is to reach
They have
out
a
to
BMT,
some media.
which is a bunch of meat,
Local
and cheese
media?
and lettuce and tomato.
That's not. That's so rude. That sounds good, Tom.
Let me see. Let me see what else they have. Here's the little scroll bar. Hold on. So they have chicken, Black Forest ham. So that BMT sounds closest to what you want.
Again, let me
What do you want
just
on?
reiterate that
What do you want?
everyone
On?
is
Do you want a
reviewing
foot long
the
or a 6-inch?
information that you sent, and we'll be
Okay.
in touch as soon as possible.
Just the usual lettuce.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Bye.
hold on. Lettuce, tomato. Do you want cheese?
Sure, cheese would be good.
What kind of cheese?
Provolone or American.
Okay, got it. Okay. And lettuce?
Lettuce.
And tomatoes? And onion or not?
Onions, yes.
Okay. And mayo, right?
Tomato, yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Now, that's what do you want?
Not for me. I'm not hungry. I have chicken wings,
Low carbies one? The ones you made at the Super Bowl party?
Seriously.
Great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% and 72 equal monthly payments with good credit. Call for details. Kitchens, baths, counters and floors, finished basements, and windows and doors. Done right. Have
I got both kids.
done right. DRHI.com 303.
Oh, I didn't have to do anything. Just get it back to watch.
Oh, did you take it home?
I took it home.
Confession or an artistic expression. Listen to the legal anatomy of current events on your favorite platform.
Did Lance get it?
Lance got some. Lance and Pepper got lost.
Good, I'm sorry.
As you know, teach of AA. Anthony's good.
I'm fine, thank you.
You know, if you mind, give me the coffee and then I'll come up and put the cream in it and sugar. I don't know how the machine works.
Let me get this checkout done.
And then I have an update.
We might want to do some of that now. Hold on.
That's some success from Mr. Bunny.
Okay, hold on. Wait. I don't know how much time we're gonna have come. Oh, how much time coming back?
About 45 seconds.
Okay, never mind.
That's one.
But you did have. It was the Bunyan guy, right?
I called twice and just stated our case to the doctor, and he called him.
$45, Jesus.
He's got an appointment today with.
Yeah.
10 seconds, guys.
Wherever you go.
On my phone when I'm walking the dogs.
It's now easier than ever. You can now set Denver's talk station as a preset.
Awesome, doing it now.
On the free iHeartRadio app.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK-JOY. I've looked into this, and this is going to be very complicated. The money, you're going to have to go through bankruptcy court and put in a claim for the money, and there are a lot of people this happened to. Have you been able to find another dentist to take the case over?
Not, well, yes, although they're 45 minutes from my house. I'm still in the process of trying to find somebody.
This is very unfortunate. If you hang on, though, I have some people looking into this. We'll see if we can get some more information after this. This is terrible. Terrible. He was so good at what he did. But, you know, what do you do when somebody goes under? I mean, what the hell do you do? It's really hard. It's terrible because he was such a good guy. I hope he's okay.
It's a massive, it is a sprawling campus that this did happen at the student union in the middle of the day on a Thursday. Can't imagine how many students, the teachers, how many people would have been around that student union right now. Last check, Florida State University is still telling their students to continue to shelter in place. Students who were able to evacuate reacted to the shooting. It's definitely shocking to me right now. Generally, Florida State University is a very safe campus. I know they have a good amount of police presence. President Trump at the White House says he's been briefed and called the shooting, quote, horrible. This is ABC News. An Israeli humanitarian zone in Gaza struck overnight by Israeli defense forces that struck on the encampment near the southern city of Khan Yunis reportedly killed 10 members of one family. ABC's Matt Rivers says Israel's block on aid into Gaza remains as food and water dwindling.
One of these tent encampments was in an area called Mawasi, which is sort of near Khan Yunis, that has largely been a place the IDF has directed people to go as a so-called humanitarian zone. So when we're seeing these sorts of strikes there, inevitably civilians are killed, and that's exactly what we saw last night. And this comes off the IDF saying they now control roughly 30% of Gaza territory, which has many people thinking that's just laying the groundwork for an eventual military occupation.
Eli Lilly says it's making progress on its weight loss drug. This one does not require injections. The major pharmaceutical company says it's a once-a-day pill. It shows promising results in late-stage trials involving type 2 diabetes patients. Michelle Franklin, ABC News. At Social Security, we are always thinking of ways to save you time and make things easier. That's why we created My Social Security. Opening a My Social Security account gives you secure access to your personal record and interactive tools tailored for you. You can see if you are eligible to receive benefits, view spousal benefit estimates, and compare retirement benefit estimates at different ages or dates when you want to start receiving benefits. Already receiving benefits? Use your account to change your address, set up or change direct deposit.
By myself. Kachina,
Yes?
can you text me Mike Wink's cell phone?
Yes.
Thank you. Denver recycling seems to be a joke. You have 3 trash trucks. One of the trash trucks, one for recycling, one for composting. The footprint of these trash, I don't know, has to weigh out the benefit. I don't know what the hell they mean by that. Because they have 3 trucks. Geez, this show went fast, didn't it? Oh, I know. It's the last hour already. Yeah, and you have a follow-up too, right? Oh, great. Let me just put that up here. We got 2 fillers. So, I'll put this here. So, okay, we have Deputy Bo, what's your one on? Which with the what? Okay, got it. Bunyan, and then yours. Where are you? Oh, got it. Thank you.
Tom Martino Show.
What was the guy's name with the bunion? Don? Okay. Jeez. I'm glad you could get through. Someone is saying those 6 women didn't really go into space. It was staged. Oh, man. There, you get this. Track your order. Oh, they use DoorDash.
10 seconds, guys.
I went right to Subway, but they use
Happy. That's happy. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We left off with Joy. We found out a lot more information. Joy was calling because her children were enrolled with NEO, New Early Orthodontics, and Dr. Kent Lawson shut the doors, they said, as a result of unforeseen circumstances. I also believe they filed for bankruptcy. I wasn't able to confirm that, but I saw some articles that they did file for bankruptcy. He had a ton of people undergoing treatment. New Early Orthodontics used to take children at a very early age and correct their bites and correct their teeth in a very novel way using appliances in the mouth that gently move teeth. And then they would only spend a short time in conventional braces. Both of my children went through NEO. Both had extraordinary results. The offices were always great. Unfortunately, the office is closed. We don't know details, but we do know they're closed. And they said there were two, they referred two specific, oh no, one, it's one. They received, no, but it's one doctor. Both of those practices are the same.
There are 2 locations. Yeah, it looks like there are 2 locations of the same Omart Orthodontics.
Omart Orthodontics will actually apply some of the credit you've paid in, Joy, if you wanted to check. Did you ever check them out on the website for NEO?
Yes, I actually went to them because my son needed an adjustment. So I went to that new orthodontist. He saw my son, but to treat him further, it's over $1,000 more for him to get through what he needs to get through. And I've already paid my contract in full.
You know, on NEO's...
Which I don't blame the new orthodontist.
On NEO's website,
no, I understand. You're right. Yeah.
It says if you have paid in full, nominal fees will apply to continue your treatment. So I looked up the definition of the word nominal, and in the context of money, it means minimal. Very small, far below the real value or cost.
Did they know that you had paid in full?
Oh, yes. I mean, I talked to them in depth. Basically, he explained to me that they did not buy the practice. They just received the clients.
Of course.
So
of course.
We're talking so it's basically to get what my son needs is basically, again, the contract in full.
What was your contract? What was your contract in full with NEO? How much from beginning to end?
Well, beginning to end, we're, I would say around $6,000.
Around $6,000. And you had paid the entire $6,000.
Correct.
Okay. And now they're telling you this one who took over, which I understand, this person was under no obligation. They're continuing care. But what you're saying is that it's going to be an additional $1,000.
Oh, no, more than that.
You just said $1,000.
I mean, yes, it's probably cheaper than starting. It's probably, over 1,000, I said. So it's probably cheaper than starting a brand new contract over again, but he still has up over $1,000 that they quoted me still needed that.
Well, how much?
he'll need done.
$2,000, $3,000, $4,000? How much? How much
Probably,
more is it?
Probably closer to $2,000
Okay.
with the
So,
visit and then.
but you're
removing the
telling me
braces,
you're
then
telling me
everything
that everything your son needed would have been covered had Neo remained open.
Correct.
Okay. So you are really suffering a $2,000 loss here. I don't know what to tell you. It's really too bad. I mean, it really is. I think Neo, I think it's been 6 years they've been off our referral list, 5 or 6 years. He had some health problems. I don't know the full story here. I hope he's doing okay. But Joy, you're joining a long list of people who are in the middle of treatment. The good news is I don't think you can get better treatment. And if you continue the program again, unfortunately, you have a loss of about $2,000. You may want to search to see if there's
but my daughter, I have a daughter paid in full contract as well.
Wait a minute. How much is it going to cost to continue that one?
I have no idea. I haven't even gone down the road with her yet because the only reason I went to the other orthodontist was because they literally closed the week I was supposed to get my son's braces adjusted, so I had to go somewhere.
Now, your daughter, what stage is she in?
So she's in the observation stage, so luckily she's not in braces, but she's not completed yet through the program.
And did you pay for that in full?
Yes.
Can I ask you why you paid in full up front? I didn't do that. Well, can you tell me your reasoning with that?
Because I mean, this was a long time ago that we started this process. My kids are older now.
Were you given a substantial discount?
It wasn't. No, well, you were given a discount, but I was making payments on both of them, but I fulfilled both contracts.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Like I paid everything up.
No, I know what you're saying. Okay, because there is a monthly payment I paid for each child, and you're right. If you got to the end of it, you paid it up, and then there was still treatment to be done. That's very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what to say. When businesses close, they close, and as long as there's no fraud involved, and I don't think there was, and I don't know the reason, but perhaps someone, if they know. In fact, I don't know if I still have his number. I might want to try calling him. 303-713-TALK. Yes,
when
go
you
ahead.
When you say I need to get in touch with the bankruptcy court, I mean, is that something that I should pursue, or am I just out of luck?
Well, no, listen, you're probably out of luck even if you do get a hold of a bankruptcy. I don't know if they did file. I read somewhere that Neo Early Orthodontics filed for bankruptcy. Okay? And I don't know if that's true or not. It says here it was Friday, January 24th due to unforeseen circumstances. But I saw somewhere where they did go bankrupt. And if they did, then all of the claims have to go through the bankruptcy court. So if they went bankrupt, let me just see here. Hold on. I'm trying to find it. I think they filed, but you're going to have to search the bankruptcy records to see. Let me see. Update here. Hold on. Local. Let's see.
Then I have to make a.
See, and then there are people, you make a claim with the bankruptcy court, but there are people who are claiming they went to the attorney general's office. I mean, look, if there's nothing you can do, they say they're investigating. You know, that's a bunch of crap. I doubt anything was done on purpose by this guy, and I'm sure we're going to find out. But anyway, I believe they did probably file for bankruptcy, although I can't find it live on the air right now. I'm sure if you start Googling or asking, you're going to find the case, and then you just contact the court and put in a claim. But I'm going to be honest with you. You're not going to get it. You're not going to get paid. I mean, there are probably a long line of creditors, and in a bankruptcy, very seldom are individuals ever satisfied. It's just an all-around unfortunate circumstance. But if you take your total losses, let's say you have to pay an extra $2,000 for your son and an extra $2,000 for your daughter, you're looking at $4,000. That's your total loss. So, I mean, I'm not saying be happy with that, but man, it's certainly better that at least you got some of the services. But there's nothing you can do. Whenever people go out of business for a legit reason, there's nothing you can do. That's why I always preach, do not pay in advance. Do not pay more than you need to. Don't ever do that. And again, what I did was paid monthly payments for my kids. And I don't remember me paying in advance. I paid monthly payments. And when they were done, I stopped paying the payments. So I'm not sure what kind of contract you had. And again, it doesn't matter. They're out of business, okay? They're just out of business. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We got more coming up. By the way, people are asking how to get a hold of Dan McKenzie. I gave that number out. I can give it again. McKenzie, he's a state law. He was our expert, 833-CO plans.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. With Fitness Gallery, you can find the right equipment to work out on your schedule right from home. I have a True Treadmill. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
True treadmills are simply the best. They have shock absorption that absorbs over 80% of your impact. They also have a patented heart rate system. It will keep you within 2 beats of your target heart rate every time. That ensures you a perfect workout.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Fitness Gallery to find the right equipment and get moving today.
Vestera Turnkey, you've heard it by now. Become a landlord without the conventional risks or hassles. They identify properties in hot real estate markets where growth is almost assured, and then they help you acquire a property with their exhaustive research. They find the best deals in the area. Then they help you through every part of it. The home inspections, the appraisals, the loan, and then they step in with a management company to help with the day-to-day operations. And Vestera Turnkey even handles your day-to-day phone calls if there are any. You just sit back and make money, and they advise you when to do that, when to sell. It's called the Vestera Turnkey program because it is indeed turnkey. If you're interested, I urge you to contact them, mybiggestruturn.com, mybiggestruturn.com, 303-888-3788. If you're in an accident, the first thing you have, questions. Who pays? How much? Where? How? What do I do first? What do I do to assure my rights? What do I do not to make a mistake with the insurance company? John Fuller will answer all of that free of charge up front right away. So if you're in an accident, call him. He's the only attorney I know that puts himself out there without you ever hiring him. In fact, you don't have to go through a call center or an intake committee. You just call Fuller.com, 303-597-4500, and ask your questions. You get to talk to the man, John Fuller. If you hire him, it's on a percentage fee basis, so never any out of pocket, including your initial calls, 303-597-4500. So let me track my sandwich. Dr. Kent Lawson, see if you can find out anything. I wonder, you don't think he died, did he? He had some really weird sickness. I feel bad for the guy. Did you find out anything else? It says delivered. I don't think so. No, wait. It was it or not? Oh, damn it. This son of a bitch. That fucking foot long. She has shit on there I didn't ask for. God damn these people. No, it says DoorDash will be delivering at 1:18. Okay.
Oh, no, thank you. That's very nice of you. It's definitely the meals, the bags. All right. Morons. I haven't heard from the morons in a while. It's my fault. I haven't been communicating with the YouTube morons. Nice camera view. What does that mean? Terrible, nice, good, what? Ha ha. Ha. Ha.
This report is sponsored by yrefi.com. Starting off with sunshine, we're going to become the day reaching into the low 70s before a cold front moves in. It's going to be a windy day, and then by this afternoon and this evening, a chance for storms and then snow. I'm Fox 31, Pink Weather Team Meteorologist Kylie Burst. Is private student loan debt ruining your life? It doesn't have to.
No. I think Mark will just go to the studios. Tomorrow? Yeah. No. Tomorrow's Good Friday, isn't it? Yeah. All right.
10 seconds, guys.
Denver's talk station. Online at khow.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. We got some follow-up. I'm going to take Deputy Dimitri first. Speaking of dental, it was a dental problem we were talking about. Deputy D, let's recap first, as I like to do, the original problem. And it was Stephanie. And could you explain what the original problem was?
Yeah, you may recall that Stephanie called us on the 7th, and she went to a new dental office that did some diagnostics and did a whole bunch of work, deep cleaning and something else. And Stephanie kind of got the suspicion that it was unnecessarily done. So
what was unnecessarily done?
The deep cleaning and something else.
Yeah, she was very distrustful of the dentist.
Yeah, she was very, very suspicious. So she got a second opinion, but
so her main beef was that Lodo Dental, they offered her free x-rays and then they diagnosed her with 6 cavities and gum disease. She got a second opinion which said she did not have cavities or gum disease. So basically she's saying that she paid for services that were inadequate because they diagnosed her. But what is this $669 she wanted back?
So that's the portion that she paid for the service. Some of it was covered by dental plan.
Wow.
And some of it. So,
Well, I would want my money back too if, in fact, I was diagnosed with stuff I didn't have.
Right. But the question I had for her when I spoke with her after her call was in the context of this. If you ask two doctors for their opinions, you're going to get three different opinions, right? So
cavities are not an opinion.
Well, in my case, they have been. So
wait. You mean someone can identify a cavity and someone else says it's not a cavity?
That's right. That happened to me.
Well, come on, guys.
Coincidentally, it was on 6 of them. And so somebody did recommend that I had 6 cavities filled.
And they were not cavities. What were they?
Well, I'm still not sure what they are, but my other dentist, whom I've had many years of experience with, said, no, there are 2 or 3 of these that we can put some kind of a filler or varnish on them. So he says they're not quite cavities, but they will become cavities if you leave them alone. So we did that many years ago, and they never turned into cavities. And once in a while, I have that varnish or some kind of a covering on them redone. But anyway, what Stephanie and I agreed to do was that she's actually going to go get a third opinion because these two were in conflict, but none of us really know which one is more correct than the other. So she was planning on that sometime this week or next week, but she just texted me a few minutes ago and they said that, hey, listen, thanks for your help. Lodo Dental just agreed to refund me my entire service fee. So we don't need to follow up on the third opinion. But I have a feeling if we got the third opinion, it would have been in conflict with the first two anyway. So
I did not realize that cavities are an opinion, for God's sake.
It is.
Come on.
It is. It's absolutely is.
Cavities are holes.
Well, but the matter is, I think what's at issue is the depth of that hole, right?
And when it needs to be treated.
When it needs to be treated as a cavity, and when does it need to be treated as
you got a full refund.
Yeah. So
that's pretty darn good. You did. I don't know if you deserved a dinger or just a dinger of destiny.
I did very little on this matter.
But we'll do the dinger of destiny. Just because she contacted us. Deputy Bo has a follow-up. Deputy Bo, let's just recap this one. This one was a biggie. Don called in, and his toes were crooked. He went to the bunion cure, Littleton, for surgery. The condition came back. Now, he was not blaming them for the condition coming back. He simply wanted more treatment, and they ghosted him.
Yes, he had the procedure done, I believe 8 months ago. And he's a very reasonable person. He spent around $25,000. And he just wants his bunion or his toes straightened out. And they were ghosting him, not calling him back. And so during the break, I made a call around noon. I got their answering machine. Then after the show, I called again at 2:00, talked to the receptionist and just told her who we were, that we're on the air and just all we want to do. I don't want his medical history. I just want your doctor office, the bunion cure, the manager to call your patient and just try to get him back.
Good. That's really all we wanted. We're not looking to interfere with the care. So what happened?
At 4:00 yesterday, the doctor called our caller, Don, and he's going in this afternoon to get a reevaluation.
Good.
So the Troubleshooter Show was able to get this bunion cure off their butt.
That's really good. Now, you know what? Why were they ghosting the guy?
I don't know. I didn't get.
It's not like the guy was blaming them. It wasn't like he was looking for anything special. He just wanted follow-up care, for God's sake.
God, if it was me, I would have wanted my $25,000 back.
You get your dinger. You get the dinger for that one. Not the dinger of destiny, but a specific dinger. So anyway, bottom line is, this Neo, I'm getting some other people who they were very upset that Neo closed because apparently he had a lot of open cases with people who paid in advance. Very, very unfortunate. I refuse to believe there's any kind of fraud at all involved. In fact, I don't think so at all. Because if you think about it, I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me. Why would someone open themselves up for that? Especially someone who had been in business for 40 years and never had a problem. So 303-713-8255. Remember, Genesis Total Exteriors also does mold detection and remediation. GenesisTotalExteriors.com.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station. Download the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag.
For folks heading to DIA this afternoon, we've got a major accident I-70 eastbound at Peoria Street. 2 left lanes blocked with significant stop and go back from Quebec Street in Northfield, exit 278. You're looking at about 20 extra minutes on your commute if you're staying on I-70 eastbound. As a result, you're going to see some slowdowns on I-270 eastbound to I-70 as well. No major complaints I-25 north and southbound through town. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. Like the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a JBC, 4-piece nugs, fries, and a small soft drink. Because the best time for fresh, never for frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon, all the time. Duh. For the best deal, gotta be Wendy's. U.S. price and participation may vary.
Discount bath, words I say all the time that don't belong together, because usually it means, when you do a bath or a kitchen, it's costs out the nose. But not with Discount Bath. Discount Bath is rewriting the bathroom remodeling industry. They really are disrupting it because they are truly offering discounts, and you'll know that if you get a price. Shop around if you want. They'll give you a price without coming to your house. Just go to discountbath.com and upload a video. You get a link from them first. Then you go do a video with your smartphone. You walk in the hall room bath and say, I want to do this, this, and this. Or you go to that bathroom that's roughed in the basement, or the master bath, or the Jack and Jill bath for bedrooms, whatever it is. You tell them what you want, where you want to move this, that, or the other thing. They get enough of an idea to send you a price. Check it out. Discountbath.com, or give them a call. They'd be happy to visit with you on the phone or in person. 720-979-2322. 720-979-2322. Okay, with my Wave 8 Wealth Management, the first thing I tell people, you got to have a small emergency fund, and you got to get rid of high interest debt. And that's where American Financing comes in. I partnered with them to get people out of debt. They have a home equity with a fixed rate of interest, way lower than credit cards. Of course, they're dipping into the 5s in some cases, depending on your credit. What you need to do is get the heat off of you, get the high interest debt off your chart, and then start with a home equity loan. You can then have breathing room. If you want, you can pay extra on that part of it, but at least you're paying principal and not 20 and 30% interest. American Financing is in it to win it for you. They will counsel you and help you to find the best product, maybe a full refi, whatever it is. There's no charge, no consultation fees, no upfront money. Call them right now. 303-695-7000. Loan counselors are standing by for you, and you tell them Martino told you to call 303-695-7000. AmericanFinancing.net.
NMLS 182334.
So you both got dingers.
Thank you.
Ding.
You guys have sandwiches waiting for you, and they smell.
How much time do I have?
2.5.
Not much time, but I can.
It's enough for one bite.
You can't get used to this new schedule with Shemansky not being on Thursdays anymore, because I come in thinking that I have Shemansky, but now it's on Fridays.
I just pay attention to what the log tells me. I don't concern with anything else.
They send me an email every month with all the spots on it, and so I kind of have an idea, so I can kind of double check on the log. But a couple times there have been, I don't know. What is the thing that I have to do?
I would not hesitate to call Rhino Shield, and I am just thrilled to recommend Rhino Shield to my friends and neighbors and family. Here's owner Jim Williams. This offer is limited, so call me at 844-317-4466. That's 844-31-RHINO or rhinoshieldco.com.
Did you know K&H Home Solutions is now offering...
Things are... Is Deputy Doc still in the studio?
His body is.
Okay.
By the way, Dragon just revived me. I fainted when you guys were talking about the dentist.
No.
You really did?
I did, yeah. Dragon had to revive me.
Come on. Is that true, Dragon?
I didn't want to, but I didn't want to answer the phones either.
Or is she batshit crazy?
Welcome back, Kelly.
Well,
yes, I get it.
Do you want the answer to that question?
Come on, do they really bother you that much?
Come with me sometime. See what my husband has to go through.
How often do you have to go?
Not a pleasant experience. Oh, I don't go often. I only go when there are issues and, you know, when I have to do the cleaning.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. Let's talk to Judy with State Farm Insurance. What's going on, Judy?
Hi there.
Hi, what's happening?
I'm having problem with State Farm, and I've heard you guys saying that they are the worst, and I totally believe you.
What's the problem?
I had XL come out. On Tuesday, I had XL come out and clean my gutters out, and they said I needed a new roof. So Jack from XL called my agent, and they said that I had till the 29th of this month to get the gutters cleaned out and the trees trimmed, or they will cancel me.
But Judy, I need to know something. Excel Roofing said you need a new roof. That doesn't mean insurance pays for it, unless it was caused by a hailstorm or something. So why did they say you need a new roof?
Because it's missing all kinds of shingles.
Well, okay, but that's not an insurable event unless something caused it. What caused it?
Well, I'm thinking maybe the hail of last year, but
yeah, but
I had nobody go up and look.
You don't just get a new roof. Listen, we are under a mistaken impression in Colorado that we don't pay for roofs, that they're all insurance claims, and they're not. If a roof has missing tiles, if a roof is deteriorating, you need to pay for it. You don't get to get an insurance claim. Listen, I don't like State Farm, and maybe they are screwing you. But unless this damage can be pinpointed and tied to an event, you don't just get to pick a storm and say, I think it was this storm. You don't get to do that. You have to have almost certainty that a particular storm caused a particular damage. And then the question is, why didn't you tell them before this? So, do you know that you guys experienced a hailstorm in your neighborhood within the last year? Because you can't go back more than a year. So in the past year, did you have a major hailstorm or windstorm?
Yes.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you when.
Okay. But did Excel Roofing say you had hail damage?
Jack didn't say. He just, he went up there and he took pictures and sent them to me and said I definitely need a roof and that every time the wind blows, they flap
Right.
and blow away.
Judy, that doesn't sound like hail damage to me. That sounds like an old roof. How old is your roof?
I couldn't tell you because my husband passed away 3 years ago and he always handled that stuff.
Do you have any idea the last time you had a roof done? Any idea at all?
It's probably been at least 10 years.
Well,
I'm guesstimating.
okay. Your roof should still be good after 10 years. You know what? I'm kind of disappointed that you didn't get more details from Excel. We really need to talk to them. Do you know the person that you talked to at Excel Roofing?
I think
Yes, I do.
Jack.
His name is Jack. Jack Barr, I think it is. Barr.
Okay. We're
He
going
was
to...
the supervisor that came out and...
That's good. We're going to talk. Let's do this. I want to talk to Excel Roofing. Let's try to get them on right now if we can. And if we can't, we'll continue this. But my plan is to talk to Excel Roofing and find out why you need a new roof. Did they say why? Did they say you have hail
Okay.
damage? Did they say you had wind damage? Did they say anything at all?
He said it looks like wind has blown the tiles off.
Okay.
Because he says that some of them are loose and they flap in the wind. And we've had horrific wind. I live in the city of Sheridan.
Yeah, but okay. But unless you had an event like a windstorm, wind occasionally blowing tiles off, that's a lack of integrity of the roof. Insurance doesn't cover that. Insurance would cover a windstorm, a hailstorm. It doesn't. It's not a guarantee. Insurance is not a warranty. I mean, you're going to lose tile from time to time. You're going to lose granules from time to time. Your roof is going to wear out from the sun from time to time. But that doesn't mean that insurance pays for it. Now, here's what I want to know. You called about State Farm. So did you call them and ask them to inspect your roof?
Mike told me that they had an adjuster out here earlier, and they sent me a letter supposedly in March. I don't remember getting a letter from him.
Well, what just tell me, they
when I left
rejected
a
your
message for
claim.
him,
They denied your claim.
he hasn't filed one yet, I don't think.
Who hasn't filed one? You're the one that files it. I want to help
I asked
you.
Mike, and he
Judy.
said that...
Who's Mike? Who's Mike,
I know,
Judy?
and I'm not helping you.
No, it's okay. I want to
He's-
help you.
He's
Who's
my
Mike?
rep at State.
State Farm rep. Okay.
He's
now,
my rep at State Farm.
that rep does not claim. You're the one that files a claim. You have to literally file a claim, but you're not going to get covered. I think you're going to have to pay for your roof.
And Jack said it's like $25,000. I don't have that kind of money. I don't.
Well-
I barely have. I think I have $600 to my name.
Okay. Is your house paid for?
Yes, it has been since 1995.
That's
I've
wonderful.
lived here since January of '67.
Judy, here's what we'll do. First, we'll contact Excel to see if we can make it a storm claim. If not, then don't replace it. But here's what's going to happen. If you do get a hailstorm, they're going to claim your roof needed to be replaced beforehand, and they're not going to pay for it anyway. So we have a situation here. We could have a situation here where if you don't pay for that roof, it's never going to get done. Now, are you getting any leaks?
I have one in my bedroom.
What you need to do is call Excel and see if they'll at least do some repairs for you so you don't have to redo your whole roof. And if they can at least repair the roof, and you have no money. So how are you getting along right? Your husband died when, Judy?
3 years ago in May.
I'm so sorry. How have you been getting along since? Are you on Social Security?
Yeah, and I get a portion of his pension, but it doesn't go, it's like, I get like, what is it, $1,900 a month.
So
and I'm paying,
Did State Farm actually turn you down?
Well, I wanted to talk to Mike about that, and he didn't have, excuse my expression, balls enough to call me back, so he sent his assistant to call me.
And what did the
And
assistant
she said,
say?
you have every right to cancel. She said that it needed to be done, and I had every right to cancel if the insurance policy if I wanted to go with somebody else.
Well, when she said it needed to be done, did she say they would pay for it?
Well, according to him, no, she didn't tell me anything. Jack was told by Mike that the most they could go would be $6,000.
Well, why did they? I don't understand that. Why did they say they would pay $6,000?
I don't understand any part of this, to tell you the truth.
Maybe that's what they see in repairs that they're responsible for due to some of that wind, but they're saying they're not responsible for the whole roof. We're going to have to investigate this for you, okay? Who wants to help this lovely lady out?
Help her, Tom. I know about State Farm.
Okay, but it's not. But don't say you know about State Farm because it may not be their problem. I mean, I'm not looking to give them a pass, but if this woman has a deteriorating roof, it's not an insurance event. We are blinded in Colorado. We believe that roofs should be paid by insurance companies, and it's not true. Roofs wear out.
But Tom, wouldn't you agree that she needs to get the adjuster out to look at it?
Of course, but he's been out there and said they'll pay $6,000. So what I think the adjuster saw some tiles missing from wind and said, okay, we'll pay for those repairs. I'm not sure. First, what we have to do is get Jack on from Excel Roofing to address this. If you could help us arrange
I've
that.
got Henry. I've got Henry.
Okay. Does
On
Henry
right
know
now.
about this case?
I need to get a few more bits of information, but he will.
Do that for me so he can address this case specifically. Look, at Excel Roofing did nothing wrong except clean her gutters and say you need a new roof. What I want to know is, have they determined the cause of the new roof, the extent of the new roof? Will $6,000 at least make the repair she needs so she doesn't have leaks? We need to help this woman because
Tom?
she doesn't have 40 grand or 25 grand. Yes, go ahead.
Can she get a home? Can she get a HELOC? I mean, if she's been there since '97, I'm sure the house has increased dramatically.
Okay, she might be able to get a HELOC, but she has no income. She has no income.
Tom, I think there's a more urgent matter because Judy mentioned at the beginning of her phone call that State Farm is about to cancel her if she doesn't do certain maintenance work. Is that right, Judy? Judy?
I don't know what happened to Judy.
Yes.
Did they say that you have to do certain things before they'll cover
Hello?
you? Did they say they were going to cancel you, Judy?
They said if I didn't get the trees trimmed and the gutters cleaned, which I have done, they would cancel me on May 29th.
Okay. So did you get your trees trimmed?
No, I haven't been able to find anybody. They won't return my calls.
Who won't return your calls?
The tree trimmers.
Well, I had Cambian Arborist do it last year.
Do you
And
have?
she
Let me
hasn't
ask you something.
texted
You
me or
say
called me back.
Do you have any spare money at all for repairs you're going to need around your house?
I have $600 in savings towards my remainder of my property tax. I owe $1,000 on that in June, and I have $600. I got to come up with another $400.
Judy,
Doc had
you understand though, owning a home. How old are you right now, Judy?
80.
I hope you live many, many years, and I want to help you. But you're
I
going.
don't.
But coming up, who knows what? If something goes wrong in your home, you don't have the money to pay for it. Have you?
Exactly.
Well, Judy, hang on, because I'm going to make a suggestion I think that applies in your case, and very few Very few cases where it actually applies. So hold on. We'll also talk to Henry at Excel Roofing. More right after this.
That's good.
I wonder.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Summit Racing Equipment.
For folks heading to DIA this afternoon, we've got a major accident I-70 eastbound at Peoria Street. 2 left lanes blocked with significant stop and go back from Quebec Street in Northfield.
Okay. Yeah, she probably did mean that.
You're looking at about 20 extra minutes on your commute if you're staying on I-70 eastbound. As a result, you're going to see some slowdowns on I-270 eastbound to I-70 as well. No major complaints I-25 north and southbound through town. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
It's Car Care Month, and Summit Racing has what you need for bumper-to-bumper care. Revive the interior, exterior, underhood, and more. Shop SummitRacing.com. Use promo code RADIO for $10 off an order $100 or more. Exclusions apply. Offer ends May 4th, 2025.
Go to fixmyhome.com right now and book now for your extreme clean and check and adjustment of your AC to get it ready for the coming heating season. That's only if you're a new customer or never had this done before. Why are they doing it? Why would they spend up to 2 hours on this to practically refurbish your AC for just $39? Because they want to show new customers how extensive they are in their service. So when you do need help, you know who to call. Fix it 24/7, 720-526-3939. Right now, go to fixmyhome.com. Book now. Hey, Gravina's has the greatest windows, and nobody beats Gravina's. That's what they used to say in their ads. And you know what? It's kind of true. Gravina's not only has the greatest windows, they have the most variety of anyone. 50 lines of windows to choose from, so they never push you into one line. They also have siding and doors, multiple brands. They're all about variety. They're all about selection. They're all about choice. And, of course, they're about tradition. They have the heritage most companies dream about. Started by their dad and then carried on by Larry and now Nick. 3 generations. 303 Gravina, Gravina. 303 Gravina or gravinas.com.
Hey, Tom?
Yes.
Henry has pictures and he has updates about this case.
Good.
So you may want to go to him after
Yes.
the
I'm
break.
going to go to
I'm
him.
going to get all of Judy's info.
And then Judy, we're going to call back tomorrow and help her out with a reverse
What is
loan.
the best number to reach you at?
She needs a reverse loan.
It's a great idea.
Okay, I do need the phone numbers though. I understand. Okay. Okay.
Actually, yes, average home value over there is 426,000, increased 16% compared to last year. So it's
And she'll get 50% at her age.
Got it. All right. Hang on for a minute. Man, do I need to walk?
Good thing you know how.
I know.
You are nuts.
It's amazing how much YouTube lags, isn't it?
Are you cool? You got. I should be back here. I'm not going to be that long because it's 3 months. Yeah. I didn't know Taylor County had a whole be back here, right? Walking patrol. It's occurring to me. It's looking to me like you don't know what you're doing. I'm just trying to give you a chance. I don't want to take this. I got other things that people with criminal could actually do. And you out here. But when they get security of our facility, I don't want you videotaping from now to the all I'm interested in is the money. We'll go over to the sheriff's office and they know
Easter, does that count? Nicholas.
She's a perfect candidate for a reverse loan.
My wife, she's
Absolutely,
going nuts.
positively.
My wife's going nuts.
If she doesn't get scammed out of the proceeds.
No, she won't. I won't let her.
No, not by the lender, but by subsequent scammers. As she keeps aging.
These things days of like dyeing the eggs and doing the pods and hiding the. But you know what was the worst? When, like, in June, you would find
Any
the
leftover
hidden
eggs?
egg.
Our show's almost over, Dimitri.
We always counted. We're like, nope, there's one more. You all bastards better find it.
How much time when I come back here?
Less than 90 seconds.
Okay, then we may have to continue this tomorrow. I mean, I'll go to Henry right now, real quick. I want to get Judy back on because she is an excellent candidate for a reverse loan, and we can walk her through it. She'll never have to pay it back. She can get about 200 grand.
Depends
on She probably can in that area. Maybe not. Maybe even, but she can get over 100 grand.
10 seconds.
All right.
Sound of NPR's yellow journalism gained traction with a boost from Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, who may be running for New York governor. He's our guest Thursday on 630 KHOW.
All right. I'm Tom Martino. Listen, Judy, I want to bring back tomorrow. She's an excellent candidate for a reverse loan and could probably get more than 100 grand, probably 150 grand. She never has to pay back. And you can use it for emergencies, Judy. You can get a line of credit. And it doesn't matter. You never have to pay it back. Hold on, Judy. Henry Brett's Excel Roofing. Henry, can we tie the roof damage she has to an event?
Yes, absolutely. So this looks like a major wind event. I'm looking at pictures here off the roof. I'm not sure the date of the storm, but what this roof is, for all the listeners, it's a 3-tab roof. So this isn't a roof that's usually installed anymore, but it's a cheaper, more affordable option, and it is very susceptible to wind damage. So the pictures that I have are a bunch of shingles that have actually ripped off the roof and then also have severe uplift.
Why did they say they'd only pay $6 grand?
You know, insurance companies these days, they can be difficult, but you know, this roof, it needs to be replaced.
We need to tie it to a specific event. It can't just be in general wind. We're going to talk to you tomorrow when we revisit this. I'm Tom Martino. Save all your problems for me.
All right, you're clear, buddy.
Okay, let's bring him
Tom
back
Martino
and all that back
at
tomorrow.
Real Tom
See ya.
Martino.
Let me get out of this. We'll see.